How is everybody doing today? Welcome to the second half of the 2022 season, game number 94 of the year. Next versus Padres starting a two-game series during this weekend of the second half. It's going to be a very tough series for the Mets. Great pitching matchups throughout the weekend, and I think the Mets are primed and ready to continue the team they were in the first half. 22 games over 500, playing really well. Took 3 out of 4 in Chicago right before the All-Star break. They held the 2.5 games against the Braves. Trading deadline's a little less than 2 weeks away. Is about time for the Mets to completely take over and control the NL East the way they have all season. Continue to take leads, continue to play well, continue to play small ball, productive outs. Everything that you've seen with the Mets in the first 93 games of the season, I want to see the same when it comes to the Mets doing the same in the second half. We got 3 games against the Padres, 2 games against the Yankees, all at Citfield. We have really good pitching matchups when it comes to the Mets and the teams they're facing. I do think all the rumors that we've been hearing about Juan Soto, about Trey Mancini, Josh Bell, those type of players, I expect one of them to be in this lineup by August 5th, the day after the trade deadline. That's what I expect. So I thought this was going to be up before I did live. They were talking about what about the split up, dominant split, rumor of the Sale injury that the Red Sox, if they're going to fall out of it, that Rafael Devers could be an option about being available. If that's the case, that's an interesting piece that the Mets. All right, guys, how about now? How's it sounding now? All right, so it sounds a lot better, a lot clearer, a lot louder. That's all I wanted to know. All right, cool. Perfect. Sorry about that, guys. Again, sometimes when I go live and the microphone kind of is a hit or miss. All right, perfect. I got a lot of yeses and check marks. I like that. That's what I like to see. All right, so interference. Yeah, I know what it is. Give me a second, guys. I'll be right back. Let me fix the issue. All right, give me a second, guys. All right. Okay. There we go. All right, let's see if we get it better now. Hopefully there's no more interference. I think I know what it was. I was too close to something that was making noise. I think it was the AC. All right, so is it good now? All right, I see. Excellent. That's better than good. All right, guys. So let's get it back to what I was saying. So a couple of the whole thing with the Mets. Obviously, they're playing the Padres this weekend series. They're also going to be playing the Yankees 2 games, Tuesday and Wednesday. And that's going to be a hard series as well. So we got 5 games in the next 6 days because we are off on Monday. It's going to be a tough series against the Padres and against the Yankees. We did get good news on Jacob deGrom. He threw 60 pitches in a 4-game simulated game. Everybody, even I thought he was going to pitch against the Yankees on Tuesday because he lined up on Tuesday for his 5th day. But there's going to be another rehab start for Jacob deGrom on Tuesday. So that would be his last start. As long as everything goes well, he should be able to come back 5 days from Tuesday and be a part of this rotation. So let's hope he comes back and wakes up the next morning on Wednesday, and he feels good like he did today. So if that happens, we'll see him probably next weekend. Let's see, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We can see him next Sunday, and he'll be ready to go back in this rotation, hopefully very healthy. So what I was saying about the possible rumors that have been going around about the acquisitions of a DH or a guy that we all might know in Juan Soto, right? Andy Martino, John Heyman saying that the Mets and the Yankees do not want to give their top three prospects for Juan Soto. I could see some people probably saying, yes, I'm so happy, Met fans and Yankee fans. But I'm a little disappointed because I honestly think that when you got the oldest team in baseball, and the Mets have the oldest team in baseball, you're in a win-now mode with a 2 to 3 year window based on the contracts Epler gave to Marte, Canna, Escobar, and Scherzer, and the question mark when it comes to DeGrom, you're in about this 2 to 3 year window where you can use every piece you need to get Juan Soto. And again, that doesn't mean if the Mets don't get Juan Soto that they can't figure out a way to add pieces like 2 bullpen arms
and a guy like Trey Mancini or Josh Bell, and that could be more than enough to be good enough to make a strong run in the playoffs and possible World Series run. Now, the only thing you worry about if the Mets don't get Juan Soto is the teams you might have to face that are rumored to get or to make an offer for Juan Soto. The San Diego Padres, who we're facing this weekend, the Los Angeles Dodgers, the Cardinals. These are teams you're possibly going to be facing in the playoffs. And if he's in the NL West, and because of the balanced schedule next year, you're going to be playing these teams a little bit more often than usual instead of the 19 times in your with the teams in your division. So, I wish that the Seattle Mariners would find a way to try to get Juan Soto, and then we really don't have to worry about him. But the biggest problem the reason why I want Juan Soto is not just that he can help this team. Yeah, it might blow up our farm system, but if you haven't been paying attention to Twitter or MLB Pipeline, the New York Mets had the number 1 rated draft according to MLB Pipeline this year. Number 1. So the 3 or 4 possible guys that could be in a deal for Soto, the 3 or 4 prospects in a deal for Juan Soto, probably 3 of those draft picks that the Mets picked in the first and second round are probably going to be definitely the top 2 picks. The 11th and the 14th pick are going to be automatically into the top 10 because they're ranked they're going to be ranked in the Mets top 10 right away, especially Parada, the catcher. So as scary as it might seem to give up these prospects, you're also trying to avoid the Dodgers, the Padres, the Cardinals of getting them, because no matter if they sign him or not to a long-term extension, they still have him. They still have him for 2.5 years. All right, guys, so we just got breaking news. The Mets did just acquire Daniel Vogelbach from the Pittsburgh Pirates. I just got that notification. So there we go. We got the platoon first baseman. I'm not sure who they traded for him. I doubt it's anything big. Probably yeah, when it says acquire Daniel Vogelbach from the Pirates, it's probably nobody big. It's probably a lower level minor leaguer. So the Mets did get the platoon player in Vogelbach, the first base / DH, the big hitter, the very big, and I'm not talking about power hitter. I'm talking about a big man. Just got Vogelbach from the Pirates. So again, it's probably a lower level minor leaguer or a player to be named later. We know that baseball loves to do that. So the Mets got Vogelbach. He will be a good addition. He crushes right-handed pitching. So it's a nice platoon situation where you can just DH him until you decide to acquire Josh Bell, Trey Mancini, or somebody else that's most important. So I hope that this means that Dominic Smith is definitely on his way out. So with Dominic Smith on the IL and the possibility of the Mets trading him because they're working very hard to get a trade, and there's been a lot of serious inquiries from other teams about Dominic Smith. Now, is it possible, like I said, Trey Mancini for Dominic Smith? That seems like a good deal for both sides. The Orioles get a controllable young player who they can put at first base and platoon with Mountcastle. And obviously, Trey Mancini will fit right in to the DH spot. And also, he can play first base as well. So I honestly think that the Vogelbach acquisition is the door opening for Dominic Smith to get the hell out of here. And yes, Grant, thank you. I just peeked at SNY and they got the tarp on the field. I don't think it's supposed to rain a lot. So, sorry, just trying to get my charger. So I think we should be good. Just let me plug in my charger for my laptop. Sorry about that, guys. Alrighty. Yeah, it's been extremely hot. Yippee, I don't see why Trey Mancini wouldn't hit at Citfield because before this year, Camden Yards was a very unfriendly, was not a very hitter-friendly ballpark. So, yeah, I kind of think that Trey Mancini would perfectly hit. And like I said, I'd like more power. That's why, I would like somebody with more power at the DH spot. But, if somebody can hit 312, 311, 289, 290 in the DH spot, I'll take that every day of the week. So Trey Mancini will hit at Citi Field. Wow. Why would they trade Holderman for him? That's crazy. That was one of our arms in the bullpen. That's interesting. Huh. All right. Well, I don't like that move, actually. Why would you trade one of your bullpen arms that you actually needed? I don't know. Really, do we have to give up Holderman, who is actually a decent bullpen arm, for basically a platoon player? Well, all right. Well, what are you gonna do? Nah, I haven't heard anything about the Yankees with Soto because they don't want to give up their top 3 prospects. So it's not happening with the Yankees. I doubt it. Unless, yeah, I don't like that trade at all for the Mets. Like, why would you give Holderman, who is basically him, Diaz, and occasionally Ottavino, who pitches well in the bullpen? I mean, I know we needed some type of power in the DH spot, but I mean, it's not like he's going to play every day, most likely, be a DH every day. As soon as the Mets make another trade for a DH, which I'm assuming they will, because Vogelback is not the answer at DH. So, I mean, you give up Holderman. Couldn't you give up like a mid-level minor leaguer or something like that? I don't like that trade, but again, maybe, Epler's working on something else to bring in another nice bullpen arm. We'll see. But, damn, I don't like that at all. So, obviously, guys, as you always know, we go over the lineup, the pitching matchup, and then I'll say it up to everybody. So, let's start that right now. I'm going to share the screen. So, as you guys know, Max Scherzer is on the mound for the Mets, and Yu Darvish is on the mound for the Padres. We're going to go through the Mets lineup right now. Brandon Nimmo leading off, playing center field. Starling Marte batting second, playing right field. Francisco Lindor batting third, playing shortstop. Pete Alonso cleaning up, playing first base. Jeff McNeil, I like him in this spot, batting fifth, playing left field. Eduardo Escobar batting sixth, playing third base. Luis Guillorme playing second. Batting seventh. And Travis Blankenhorn, DH and batting eighth. And Tomas Nido batting ninth and catching. That's right. Travis Blankenhorn was called up after Dominic Smith was put on the IL. So Travis Blankenhorn getting a spot at DH, batting eighth. So interesting. There was a lot of people thinking that Palka was going to be the one coming up in the system of the minor leagues. They're going to get the call out. Unfortunately, he didn't. I don't know. Vogelback, he'll probably be with the team tomorrow, so he'll probably be in the DH spot as long as the Mets are facing a right-handed batter, because Vogelback doesn't hit lefties well. So he's definitely a guy who's going to play against right-handers. So I do hope that Epler has something up his sleeve, because if you're going to trade Kyle Holderman for Vogelback, I'm assuming Epler has something almost ready to go when it comes to the fact or some guy like David Robertson, and that's who he might have his eye on to replace Holderman. I don't know, but we'll see. All right, so for the Padres, you got Jurickson Profar batting first, playing left field. Jake Cronenworth, second base, batting second. Manny Machado batting third, playing third base. Nomar Mazara, right field, cleaning up. Luke Voigt, the former Yankee, batting fifth, DHing. Eric Hosmer, first base, batting sixth. Austin Nola, catching, batting seventh. Trent Grissom, center field, batting eighth. And CJ Abrams, shortstop, batting ninth. So that is your lineups for the Mets and the Padres, with Scherzer and Darvish on the mound for those two teams respectfully. And we are going to have a 7-10 start of the game. Hopefully, the tarp is on the field. That's not a good sign. Maybe they're just keeping it on just in case. Let's hope they start at 7:10. If not, I'll be with you until it starts, and there will be. Yeah, I don't know why Holderman. It doesn't make sense to me. But what are you gonna do? Again, maybe Epler has another trade ready to come. Coming soon, like a Robinson or somebody else. Yeah, it might be possible that Vogelback. I don't see Vogelback going into a trade right now. Honestly, the only reason why I don't think that is because the Mets are trying to. Let's listen to SNY right now because they're talking about it.
In there at first base with Pete. He's got very good splits against right-handed pitching, almost a 900 OPS against right-handers. So that does give an advantage to have that left-handed DH role. But I don't think right-handers have really been a problem for this team. And the lefties at times have been more of a problem. Plus, I happen to be a guy that was really liking the way Colin Holderman was pitching. I think he's a valuable piece to that bullpen. I think they're going to have to do something to shore that up. I think this has got to be the first of some other moves. I don't think this could be a one-on-one just for this because Colin Holderman is going to be missed as that power arm. Maybe Trevor May's getting close enough that they think he's going to be able to be, not missed as much. But I like Holderman, and I think the jury's still out for me, at least right now, on this move.
Well, as you're saying right there, this is not going to be the final move by the Mets. In fact, Andy also saying here, this is not the big or the final move when it comes to a bat for the Mets. So that would seem to be in line exactly with what you're saying right here.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is this is a guy that you get power from the left-handed side. That's something that I think this Mets team has been looking for. There's no question about that. Could spell Pete at first base at times, much the way Dom Smith had, but Dom wasn't performing at the same level that they had expected him to, and now he's once again on the IL. So maybe this is that bat that they're looking for to throw some pop in, either off the bench or in that DH role or at first base. But as I said, I don't think that's the real need of this team, and especially as they get towards the crunch time, I think arms are going to be important, so I think you're going to see some more arms coming.
All right, we've got more to come here on.
All right, so they just said about the deal. You guys heard Todd Zeal. He thinks this move is for another deal that is probably coming rather soon. So the Mets kind of make the first real acquisition of the second half, and I'm kind of thinking that Epler has something up his sleeve coming to the bullpen because now that you don't have Holderman, you kind of leave Showalter with one less arm in that bullpen. So I don't know we're going to be seeing. We'll have to wait and see, right? Yeah. So, again, Trevor May made his first rehab start, and he looked really good. So that's a good sign. He might be back in maybe a week or two, or maybe I would say probably the end of probably the second week of August. So we will have Trevor May back. Hopefully the Mets will have a couple of other arms by then. Steve Baldon, thank you so much, buddy, for subscribing to the channel. Shout out to Steve. My name is Robert. It's kind of in the name of the channel, but that's cool. Thomas, how you doing, buddy? All right, guys. So before we get to the rest of the information that we're talking about, if you're just tuning in, the Mets made a trade with the Pittsburgh Pirates for Daniel Vogelback, the big first baseman / DH. Got a little bit of power, 12 home runs. He's very good against right-handed pitching. And I kind of think this trade is leading up to another trade rather quickly. Maybe like a David Robinson. Trevor May should be back in about 2 weeks or so. So that's an addition to the bullpen, even though he hasn't pitched at all. So that's what I'm also thinking as well. So just with that said, we got Vogelback. He'll probably on this team tomorrow. And we'll see what he can bring to the table. It'll be a DH probably. And all signs now with Vogelback just being acquired by the Mets, pretty obvious that Dominic Smith is going to be off this team rather quickly. So we'll see what the Mets could get for him. Maybe some people were talking about Trey Mancini for Dominic Smith, that the Orioles could use a first baseman along with platooning with Mountcastle. That might be an option as well. And what I like about Vogelback, his OPS is over 900 against right-handers, so that's a good sign as well. So, all right, guys. So here we go. Let me go say what up to everybody in the chat. Once again, guys, if you're just tuning in, say what's up in the chat so I give you a shout out. We already have 91 live viewers on this stream right now. The tarp is on the field, so pretty good chance the Mets might not start on time, and it will begin in a rain delay. What else is new? Welcome to the second half, ladies and gentlemen. So with that said, I'm going to say what up to everybody right now. We got Robert. We got Stoney, a member of Talking Mets and Rob. Grant, a member of Talking Mets and Rob. Collins, Edgardo, Frank's Room, Ken, Yippee, Danny, Anthony, Victor, Tanya, Sean, a member of Talking Mets and Rob, Edgardo, Steve, James. Let's see who else is here. Going down the list. Joe. SWAT. Just looking more. David. Danny. Another Danny. New York Committee. Blue City. Grant, a member of Talking Mets and Rob. Stevie. Swishy. John. Todd. Looking like we got a lot of people. Thunder. Thomas. Steve, JD, Christian, a member of Talking Method Rob. Who else we got here? Subaru, Michael, Peter, Inebriated. All right, there we go, guys. So that's everybody in the chat right now. Once again, guys, thank you for tuning in to Talking Mets and Rob. Mets versus Padres starting the second half in this weekend series. Very important and difficult series for the Mets. And their game is going to start in a rain delay. So welcome to the second half. So, Jesus Christ. So you just tuned in. The Mets traded for the Pittsburgh Pirates first baseman / DH Daniel Vogelback, who has a 220 average, 12 home runs, 30 RBIs, is a guy who crushes right-handed pitching, probably will be our DH starting tomorrow, and platooning with Pete Alonso. All that said, Dominic Smith is going to be out the door. So I wonder what the Mets could get from him. I think, and even Jim Duquette on SNY said that Dominic Smith for Trey Mancini is a very big possibility. And if you guys don't know about Jim Duquette, he was with the Mets organization many years ago in the front office, and he also was in the Baltimore Orioles front office many years ago as well. So he has connections with both sides, and I think he has pretty good information when it comes to that. So if I would take Trey Mancini for Dom Smith, because Dom Smith is basically useless on this Mets roster. So I think that's perfect. Hammer Time, what's up, buddy? So we'll see if Dom Smith gets traded rather quickly. So I really hope the fact that this trade was made, the Mets made the first trade of the second half. The Mets traded Colin Holderman, the young reliever from the that pitched well for the Mets. Probably not a popular trade, but I kind of think that the Epler has something else up his sleeve to bring a bullpen arm in a trade. That's all I'm thinking of. Jay's. We didn't sign him. We traded for him. So the game is officially delayed. We got Vogel back for Holderman. But again, I think this trade is something else coming. Probably a bullpen arm coming soon. So I'm just going to check Twitter really quick. Give me 1 second. I'm just checking Twitter just to see if anything else is popping up, like rumor-wise. Sorry, guys. I'm just checking Twitter and texting my boss like always. All right. So I don't really see any rumors when it comes to all of that. All right. Cool. All right. So I'm just looking at the comments right now, guys. Mothman, what's up? Strawberry, I don't see it as a bad move. Honestly, because it's like I said, I don't know if Epler has a bigger plan here, and maybe there's a team Epler's talking to that likes Vogelback, but they didn't want to give up anything to get Vogelback, so the Mets got him. You've seen this before. Like a team would trade for a guy another team likes, and they put him in a package to get something. So again, Holderman was, again, he wasn't, it's not like he had a 1 ERA and he was lighting the world by fire, but I definitely think that he is one of those guys that I wouldn't want to give up. But again, this move seems like there's going to be another move rather quickly. That's just my opinion. We'll wait and see. And if you're just tuning in, once again, guys, this game is going to start in a rain delay. I'm not really sure why. I know it's cloudy outside, and I don't know if I didn't really see rain in the. I didn't really see much about. Let me see. And also, guys, John Heyman just tweeted, Mets are still open to acquiring another hitter. Solid pickup to start things. Power was needed. So, again, they're still looking for another power hitter, for sure. But, again, it's exactly. Vogelback is, look, he's hitting a lot better than Dominic Smith, and he shows power, which we need. So, yeah, I don't understand that. The Yankees have been doing that too. It seems like there's like some type of trend with New York teams. The other day, right before the All-Star break, the Yankees put the tarp on the field and it didn't rain and didn't start until an hour later. So I don't understand it. Like, I'm looking at the weather right now. There's no rain in the forecast. Like I mean, okay, yeah, there's 24% chance of rain for the next 2 hours, but that's if it was 50% chance, okay, fine. But that doesn't make sense. Like, if you're gonna start at 8:00, like it really doesn't matter. They just don't want me to get any sleep before work. So yeah, Ken, I don't think it's the only trade. I think it's one trade that is gonna accompany another. And it's probably the next one's probably gonna be a bullpen arm, most likely. So we'll see. I'm sorry. I'm getting a lot of notifications here on Twitter, so I get worried. Like, big trade. JD, what's up? Just give me 1 second, guys. I just want to make sure I don't miss any information for you guys, since we're gonna be here for a little bit until the Mets start. So, CJ Cron is not the answer, and the reason why I say that, look at his home road splits. His home road splits are absolutely terrible. Outside of Colorado, are terrible. 100% terrible. So, I don't know if Holderman's going to be an all-star. I mean, we've seen pitchers come up in the bullpen, pitch well 1 year, and never heard of again. So, I'm not really going to be crazy for it. I'm not going crazy over it. Again, Vogelback, Holderman might pitch 3 times a week, maybe 4, maybe. At least Vogelback, you'll get maybe Vogelback can provide, he'll be in a lineup a lot more often than Dominic Smith. I think he'll provide more offensive power than Dominic Smith and JD Davis combined. So it is an upgrade. So I kind of think that Vogelback is an upgrade right now. And I think what Epler is thinking, at least in the early part before the trade deadline, early on, is that let's get some power in this lineup to help out Alonso. Vogelback will be playing more games. You'll see him in more games than you would see Holderman. Because if you notice, for some reason, Buck Showalter kind of didn't pitch Holderman a lot since he's been back. So Vogelback is going to make more of an impact than Holderman will in a week span, basically. So I'm okay with the fact that Epler was like, let's get power now, help out this lineup a little bit power-wise, and work to find our everyday DH. Work on getting our bullpen arms. So that's what I'm thinking. So, all right, let's see what else we got here in the comments. Hey, Roberto, remember talking about what's up? Yeah, once again, guys, that was the notification I was looking at. I was checking Twitter just to see what the game time was, and I think somebody just put it in the comment. So the game is, yeah, okay, I just saw it. See, that's why I'm checking my phone. I'm not ignoring you, I promise, even though I don't think you guys would probably care if I ignore you because, well, who wants to hear my mouth for another 40 minutes? But so I'm just playing, guys. I'm a little tired, so don't mind me. Yeah, 7:40 is the game time. So the tarp is off the field. So that's a good sign. So I'm not sure whether I had it on in the first place, but whatever. I don't got control over that crap. So it looks like it's going to be a pretty good crowd tonight. I mean, when you see the upper deck with a decent amount of fans in it already, it's going to be a nice crowd tonight and throughout the weekend with the weather and just it's the weekend and summer. Oh, JD, I have two jobs, mostly Costco. Again, I never told you guys about my other job that I work for a big four company when it comes to computer with analytics. I'm a business analyst as well. I don't do it. You know, it's a work from home type of thing. So it's not something that I have to like travel to. So it's not that big of a deal, but mostly Costco. I'm a forklift driver. So I work an overnight shift. So that's always fun. Yeah, JD, you know what? I love doing this. Baseball is my passion. You know, I don't honestly, when I started this channel, I never thought I would be making money off this channel. Honest to God. I did this because I love baseball and you know, I don't really have many people to speak to me about baseball on an everyday basis, except when I go to games and a couple of my friends. Other than that, I love talking baseball, and why not talk baseball with people who love the sport? And if it's the Mets, it's even better. You know, when I was about to start this channel, I was going to do a baseball channel. And granted, if I've done a regular baseball channel in a broad aspect, like just streaming, you know, big games during the week and doing breaking news throughout baseball, I would actually probably have 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 more subscribers. But I'm more passionate about my Mets. I love baseball. I love the game. I'm very knowledgeable about everything baseball, but I really want to actually focus on the Mets because I know the history of the Mets. You know, I'm not, you know, a 50-year-old that, you know, was around when the team first started, but I honestly think if you're a diehard baseball fan of a team, you should know the history of your team, even if you weren't around from the beginning. So me personally, I was like, yes, I probably not get a lot of more subscribers because I am doing a specific baseball channel, which is the Mets. I definitely wanted to do something I'm passionate about, and I don't want to talk crap. You know, I'm always honest with you guys. If I don't know something, I will tell you. You know, I'm not gonna act like I know everything and say, well, guess what? I know this for a fact, and you call me out on it, and I tell you you're crazy. So I'm not that type of person. If I know it, I'm going to be passionate about it. Yes, I can be wrong, and, you know, will I give maybe some of my opinions about players or maybe a fact that I thought I was right about and I'm wrong, and you call me out on it? I appreciate that because I'm not perfect. I know that. But I needed somebody. I needed to talk my frustrations, put it that way, on an everyday basis. And yeah, if I don't love debating you, then I don't even know why I'm here. So honestly, I honestly just appreciate the back and forth. Like, there's people around me just in the household alone that don't want to hear about why Buck Showalter put Drew Smith in the 7th inning when he's pitching bad. Like, I can assure you that. You know what I'm saying? People in the household don't want to hear it. So at least I can voice my frustrations and voice my opinions to other people who understand what the hell I'm talking about. So Gerardo, remember talking about Gerard, what's up? And like I said, it's kind of perfect starting this channel when I did, because not too long after I started this channel, Steve Cohen bought the Mets. So I take full credit for that. So, I mean, let's go. And once again, guys, we've got 115 in the chat right now. Once again, please hit on that like button. The game is going to start at 7:40, a little rain delay. So let's get this likes up. I always try to get 100 likes before the 5th inning ends and try to get over 150 likes by the time the stream ends. So let's get that like button up. I know everybody's chilling out in the chat, hanging out. If you take 1 second just to hit on that like button, I really would appreciate it. Thank you, guys. So once again, I'm sorry. Hold on, guys. Everybody with the kind words about me, thank you so much. I guys appreciate it, and I always appreciate you guys, members, just subscribers, support. It doesn't matter. All you guys are supporters of the channels. I appreciate it. Yes, Steve. I know a lot of people have been telling me to do a Cowboys channel. Honestly, if I had the time, I'd do it, but I tend to not want to neglect a channel. If I start it, I'm gonna be all in, and something's gonna hurt, either my job or the Mets channel, and it's a lot to pull in, and I honestly want to focus on something that I could put all my effort into. And right now, I think this channel, since the lockout, exploded with subscribers ever since the lockout, because the majority of you people of you supporters of the channel became a subscriber during the lockout, because I went live almost every day giving updates on the lockout, and and a lot of you guys know I was live streaming for 6-7 hours a day during the lockout every day to give updates, get information out there. It was insane how many hours. I probably did about 50 hours a week in live streams during the lockout every week for a while. When they had those important meetings, I was there, and nobody else did it on YouTube. And a lot of you that subscribed to the channel was from the lockout. It wasn't specifically about the Mets, even though it was a Mets channel. It was kind of mostly the lockout. So it was pretty cool. Yeah, Steve, in total, I actually probably do, with the YouTube, granted, during the season, I'll do a lot of, videos that I have to edit. So that's a good thing. That takes up a lot of time. But like now with the trade deadline coming up, I'm probably going to have to do a couple of videos with rumors, live streaming a lot more about, do Mets Hot Stove Lives, Mets MLB trade rumors special, which I'm going to start starting Monday. It's going to be a trade deadline special. I'm going to do it probably for an hour each day. So you guys tune into that as well. So it's going to be a lot of moving parts. But again, this takes up a lot of time. Obviously, if I'm with you guys for 3, 4, 5 hours during the Mets game, an hour before, a half hour after, you understand how much time it can take. Again, I'm not complaining because I love doing it. But again, I could be sleeping at 10 o'clock, 9 o'clock in the, I usually go to bed now to wake up at midnight to go to work. So Yeah, exactly, Steve. So I do. I haven't done a Mets hot stove in a while. Usually, I do Mets hot stove in the off season because that makes more sense. It's usually hot stove during the off season. But I will be doing a new stream that is different to the channel, and that is MLB trade deadline special, and talking about all different rumors that are going out. Obviously, sports. What the hell am I talking about? Obviously, Mets rumors mostly, but I'm going to talk about around the league as well because that directly affects the Mets most likely. So, yes, exactly. Like I said, if usually I would be at a Met game, like tonight, I have to work. I did have ticket. Obviously, you guys know I have season tickets. I can go to any game I want, but I usually give them away. Like that's why I would give my Mets tickets away when I do my ticket giveaway very short, probably next month for sure, because I have an excess of extra tickets I can't go to. I will be giving those away to the members of the channel if they want to go, if they're in the area, obviously, because you got to be at Citfield because I got those tickets. So I would be I'm going to the game. Yes, I'm going to the game tomorrow. So I can't do a fifth inning live tomorrow because unfortunately I kind of messed up my phone and the quality, my camera kind of cracked on me, so I got to get a new phone. So the quality of the picture is not going to be cool. So I'm not going to make you guys deal with some type of cracked screen for my enjoyment. So I'll be going to the game tomorrow. So like I said, and I work the next day, the same night. So luckily, Citfield to my job is like 5 minutes away, so it's perfect. Yes, Steve, I do have season tickets. So I will definitely, I definitely try. If I know I'm going to go to a game, I'm going to be there 10, 30, 11 o'clock probably. And with this game starting at 7:40, it's probably going to go on until 11 o'clock, maybe a little more. I'd be at the game anyway. So, at least I'm doing something that I like to do. And if it's a lack of sleep that I get, so be it. Rob, what stadium did you like more, Shea or City? Oh, well, I obviously like Citfield more because there's a lot more food options. It's a beautiful stadium, but I miss big old Shea. Like, how can he not? How can he not miss the fishbowl? It was our big blue ugly stadium, right? I miss the neon players on the stadium. I miss it saying Shea Stadium. It was just nice. It was just, walking on that platform when you got off the 7 train, down the stairs, go walking to Shea Stadium. That was always fun, But Citfield is gorgeous, I'm glad that we have a nice stadium and a lot of people like it, because if you've been to the new Yankee Stadium, it feels like a jail, honestly. Like, not to be like, have my Mets bias rolling out there, but you can't walk around the stadium and see the field. At least with Citfield, you can walk around the stadium on field level and see the field the whole entire way you're walking around. Yankee Stadium, you can't do that. You have cement walls blocking you on both sides. So, and yes, Ken, Shea literally rocked. My dad told me that in '86 when he was at the playoff games and the World Series games. So it did. I remember when Andy Chavez made a catch. I was at that game in the loge, way in the back against the fence, in the last row when Andy Chavez made that catch. I never forget it. It rocked. Like, I never felt it shake before. I was only 12 years old, 13, what was I, 11, 12, around that time. It was pretty cool. Shea was great. When you can knock out 51,000 people in that stadium, that place was insane. Oh, BWAS, that's awesome. Oh, that's great. I remember my dad used to work for a company that used to have company seats in the third base side of field level. And, my dad didn't make tons of money. So, when we had to buy tickets to a game, it was upper deck, the nosebleeds. And let's be honest, Citfield upper deck is not nosebleeds. Shea Stadium upper deck was you can basically touch the planes that were going over Shea Stadium. Like that's how far up you are. So, he had field level seats from the company that he used to get for Saturday games, and it was about 6 rows back on the third base side at Shea Stadium, the Diamond Club. Yes, that was the kind of the cool thing about Shea Stadium, but pretty cool. All right, so once again, guys, I'm just gonna check Twitter really quick to see if anything else. Sorry, guys. I'm just texting my boss just to see what the heck I have to do when I get to work. He usually sends me all the paperwork, so I don't have to do it. I could just print it out. So any other moves around baseball today of significance? Not that we heard of. You heard a couple of rumors about Juan Soto. That's all you really heard, honestly. So I kind of think that I honestly think probably by next week Juan Soto is going to get traded, in my opinion. But I do think you're going to hear, I guarantee you by the end of this weekend, you're going to hear another Mets trade, probably a bullpen arm. Oh, boy. Yes. So I kind of think the fact that Epler already made a move, already showing that he's going to be aggressive. Again, a lot of us don't like that we gave up Holderman for Vogelback, but there's pretty good chance that Epler has something else up his sleeves by making that deal. I'm pretty sure he probably got something in the works right now that is going to replace Holderman right away. And KTU Rob, yes, he did. Mets traded Colin Holderman for Daniel Vogelback, the first base / DH that has 12 home runs, bats .223, and 30 RBI. So you got the power that the Mets kind of need, and he mashes right-handed batters with an OPS over 900. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I think he's going to make a couple of small moves. I wouldn't be surprised in a couple of days. He's probably going to make a bullpen move. I think there's going to be one big trade. And I don't think the big trade is going to be – I don't consider a Trey Mancini or a Josh Bell trade as a big trade. That's a trade of necessity, not a big trade. I still think he's going to make a big trade. I don't know. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if he finds a way to get Luis Castillo. I know that's probably not something that the Mets desperately need, but I take Luis Castillo in a heartbeat. And you won't have to give as many prospects as you would have to give for Juan Soto. Even though I still think you do what you got to do to get Juan Soto, it still makes sense that I still think the Mets are going to make one big move. Now, if that's a big arm or a big bat, I'm not sure, but I definitely think something's going to be going on. Hey, Karen, how you doing? And yeah, pitching wins championships. Well, Christian, I think the same thing. I think Castillo is going to go to the Dodgers. The Dodgers need a lot of pitching help. And with Buehler, a big question mark, they need that big arm. And that kind of sucks because we're looking at the Dodgers as a possible playoff opponent. And it would suck facing Castillo. But Now, granted, I'd rather Castillo go to the Yankees, only because you don't have to deal with him in the National League. But I kind of think that it would be sweet to see the Yankee fans kind of bitch and moan that they didn't get Castillo, because that's all they talked about for the last 2 months is Luis Castillo, and they can't get that. So, yeah, I mean, I think because there was a big question mark about Jacob deGrom coming back, like I could still see the Mets try to make a offer for Luis Castillo, but Luis Castillo is not priority number one. I think that's number 3 on the list. I think a big bat is probably number 2, and number 1 is bullpen help. All right, hold on. Sorry guys, I'm just. So it was Holderman for Dom Vogelback for Dom Smith. That wasn't it, right? It was Holderman, right? That didn't change, right? Am I sure about that? Let's see. Yeah, it was Holderman. Okay. Well, Steve, yeah, they might want to package Votto, but I don't think Votto's going anywhere. You know, you can see like a Mike Moustakas to them to get rid of that salary. So it was Holderman. Okay, because I saw somebody for Dominic Smith. I'm like, whoa. Yeah, I mean, if it was Vogelback for Dominic Smith, that kind of, I would have been fine with that. That wouldn't have been a big deal. Oh, yeah, okay, Joe, okay. Because I saw you put Vogelback for Dom Smith. I'm like, what the hell did I read? I thought I read it completely wrong, and everybody's agreeing with me. And I'm like, you guys always call me out if I'm wrong. So, okay, fine. Yeah, I didn't like the Holderman situation, but I'm pretty sure that Epler has something up his sleeve with regards to a bullpen piece. Well, I still think the fact, well, Marcus, I know he does struggle against lefties, and that's been the Mets' biggest problem. And it would be nice to get a Josh Bell or a Trey Mancini who has really good numbers against lefties. You know, Bell's a switch hitter. Trey Mancini is a right-handed batter who hits lefties well. So I kind of think the fact that the Mets clearly need some help in that DH spot still. I do like Vogelback every now and then, especially if you could put him at first base, give Alonso that DH spot for one day. So MLB Network just said Washington is interested in Vogelback. See, I said that. I said the Mets were going to try to make a trade that could, Epler knows he's been speaking to Rizzo of the Nationals, the GM of the Nationals. And I wouldn't be surprised if the fact that maybe the Vogelback deal is to send Vogelback to the Nationals for Josh Bell. That might be an option as well. That's a possibility. So, or maybe the Nationals say, hey, if you're willing to give a couple of prospects and Vogelback for Soto, we'll make it happen. Yeah, he will be having another rehab start. Well, yeah, Joe, that's what I'm thinking. And look, I know Andy Martino came out and said it. I know John Heyman said it with regards that the Mets and the Yankees are not willing to give up top prospects, multiple top prospects for Soto. I think that's bullcrap. I'm sorry. If you're a team like the Yankees, for example, who have the best record in baseball, who don't know what's going to happen with Judge? Why would you not trade prospects? What's the definition of a prospect? That they actually have the possibility of being good, right? That's why it's called a prospect, not a guarantee, right? They're a prospect. Any team, I don't care if it's Alvarez with the Mets, I don't care if it's Volpe for the Yankees. You make a trade. Now, no matter if Juan Soto signs or not, you still have 2.5 years. That's at least 3 pennant races with Juan Soto, who's 23 years old. There is nobody in the Yankee system or the Mets system that is probably going to be at the level that Soto is now. There's no guarantee that Alvarez is going to be there. Maybe his bat will play, but nobody can tell me that his defense is going to get much more improved. What happens if he has a really good bat and is not very good defensively? Well, you got a Gary Sanchez on your hands. What if Brett Beatty is a good bat or a very good defensive player, but not great with the bat? Mauricio has nowhere to play. So he's used basically a valuable piece that you need to use in a trade. And your number 4th overall prospect in Alex Ramirez is not going to be up for the next 2, possibly 3 years. And Mark Vientos is a platoon player. And let's be honest, guys, a platoon player who doesn't really have a position in the minor leagues usually doesn't come up and perform that great. So you have 5 prospects that are no guarantee. I think Brett Beatty is probably the best possibility of a player that can probably come up and be a really good player. I think Beatty's going to be a better all-around player than Alvarez. So that's just me. In my opinion, you make that move for Soto. And you know what's even more amazing? You know, we always talk about, does this guy really want to be here? We talked about this about Lindor when he struggled last year. Does he really want to be here in New York, thrive in New York? Does he want to embrace the fans, embrace New York? We talk about that all the time with players. Juan Soto wants to come to New York. He loves it. He spoke, every word out of his mouth during the All-Star game was about Citfield and how well he pitches there and how great the fans are. He wants to be here. The same reason with Brunson with the Knicks. I know that's totally different sport, but Brunson wanted to be a Knick. He wanted to play in New York. He wants to challenge. The same thing with Donovan Mitchell. He wants to play for the Knicks. He wants to play in front of the New York fans. He wants to play with the Mecca, in the Mecca. I want guys who want to be here. I don't want guys who don't want to be here. And we had that conversation about Lindor last year. Maybe he doesn't want to be here. Remember, he didn't have a choice where he was going when he got traded from the Guardian, or from, at the time, the Indians. He got stuck with the Mets. Excuse me, a little excited there. Yes, the game is postponed for another 10 minutes, 7:40 game time. So you want players who actually want to be here. Juan Soto, a superstar who is not even in his actual prime yet, who is already an all-star, already a star in this league, wants to be in New York. If you're the Mets or the Yankees and you're not doing everything you can to get him, you need to be fired. I'm sorry. Just that simple. If you're not willing to give top prospects that are no guarantee in this league, and 2 out of your 5 prospects in Mauricio and Vientos are basically, Vientos is a platoon player who doesn't have a position. The Mets had that issue for years. Lucas Duda, Daniel Murphy, right? We can go on and on and on and on. Dominic Smith, JD Davis. These guys don't have positions. Yes, if they did have a position, somebody's filling that spot. So you're putting them in other positions that they're not that good at. Guys like Vientos, who's a platoon player in the minors, who doesn't have an actual position, is probably more valuable to a team like the Nationals, who is going to be under team control for the next 6 years and can play anywhere on the diamond for them. For the Mets, you're kind of stuck with him on the bench. So he's a top 5 prospect in the system, and he's going to be a bench player for us. So how valuable is he to the Mets? He might be more valuable to another team. Mauricio, I've said this for 2 years now. As soon as the Mets signed Lindor and traded and then signed Lindor, Mauricio was a trade piece with very high value. I said that over and over again. There's no point in keeping him. So Vientos and Mauricio should be in some type of big deal. And like I said, I don't want to give up Brett Baty. I think Brett Baty's going to be the best prospect the Mets have and probably the better all-around player in the majors, better than Alvarez. And honestly, you just drafted Kevin Parada, who is a college catcher who is projected to move fast through the Mets minor league system. He's going to be in the top 5 of the Mets system as soon as the new prospect list comes out for the Mets. Joe DeMayo is the guy who does that prospect list. He's going to put him in the top 5. So you're going to have a top 5 catching prospect in Parada, who is going to go very quickly through the minor league system. And he's not a high school kid. He's a college catcher with a couple of years experience in college. He's 22, 23 years old. He's going to be in the majors rather quickly. He's going to hit. So I honestly think, and he's already a better catcher than Alvarez. Alvarez had a lot of work to do at catcher, and he's still not there. Parada is already a really good catcher. So, with that said, Epler is talking right now. Let's listen.
We do that. There's some players on the horizon coming back. Everything's trending in the right direction there. So, put us in a position to do this trade. We're excited about bringing Daniel, but I ran through a number of different iterations to try to not have to yield calling in this transaction. And Pittsburgh didn't have to move the player. So, they didn't hold on to him, and he had an option for next year and many years of control. So we had to give them ultimately the player that they dug their heels on.
As much as this move obviously helps at DH, does it also signal that you're not done improving the offense?
Yeah, I mean we're going to be open-minded on everything. So and when we can run into some other opportunity and that'll help us maybe score more runs, or maybe the next opportunities only help us prevent runs. And that's fun too. We just kind of want to grow that differential. I think those are signals of strong teams. We want to,
yeah, exactly, Grant.
And do those things. So that's what we'll look for.
Is the relief market robust for relievers potentially beyond this season as well, or just
a little bit of both? A little bit of both. So we'll stay active in that, but also we acknowledge that Trevor May had a good day yesterday, and he's got a path. And, we'll kind of take it marker by marker with him, like we have with everybody else. But hopefully he's joining this club at some point, and that'll help me, of course, there too.
So we're listening to Billy Epler right now.
I mean, we just felt we make this trade just about what we can acquire, and grabbing Daniel, we were able to get a power bat in here. Play discipline really fits an offensive philosophy that we have, just making good decisions in the batter's box, swinging at strikes, not swinging at balls, great on-base percentage, great power. I've seen Daniel Vogelbach dating all the way back to high school. I remember going to watch him, he's hit everywhere he's been. And
228, 12 home runs, about 30 RBIs.
You're interested in maybe acquiring a right bat that can hit left-handed pitching a little bit more.
I'll stay open-minded to it, but I would say, I generally just don't walk into things with a shopping list. I just kind of, and when I talk to another GM, I just generally frame it as, we want to get better. We want to get better at run scoring and run convention. And so, what are you hoping to? And what are some maybe some points there, some players you want to talk about? And that's how we approach it.
When do you expect Vogelbach to join the team?
Could be tomorrow, I'm guessing. Barring any kind of
weather issues or plane equipment issues. Should be tomorrow. So already talked.
So Vogelback will be here tomorrow.
And, he said he's ready to go.
He hasn't started a single game in first base for Pittsburgh this year. Do you see him as an option there, or is this strictly a DH thing?
To be determined. We'll let him get out there, move around a little bit. Joey will put his eyes on him. Buck will put his eyes on him, and then we'll make a call.
Is there any concern about Jake right now? Is this just about stretching him out?
Just about stretching him out. Yep.
It's funny, you hear the national anthem in the background.
Then trying to do something on a shorter pitch count. Actually, another thing that kind of played into it was, when there's 4 days where you cannot send a player that's rehabbing in baseball because of, the inactivity in the minor leagues, that presents some problems trying to get people back and acclimated. So how do you raise the intensity in a simulated game or live BP setting? It's pretty hard.
I do like Epler. I think he's very aggressive. And I think that helps us. I think he learned from his mistakes with the Angels. And I think he's aggressive, but he's going to be smarter about it. All right, so that is Epler, guys. And I know people are talking about why would the Nationals trade in the division with the Mets. I know multiple people said that in the chat. Listen, guys, the owners of the Nationals are selling the team. When you want to buy a team, usually when a team's for sale, they're usually not one of the best teams in baseball or a better team in baseball. They're usually most likely in rebuild mode. The best way to get good value for your team is to have low payroll when you're about to sell, the lowest payroll possible you can have, get rid of bad contracts and players you can't sign. So a new owner doesn't want any headaches. That's the reason why the Nationals are going to trade Soto. If the Nationals owners weren't selling the team, they would hold on to Soto probably for another year at least, because they don't mind dealing with the headache. It's not that big of a deal. But knowing that they're selling the team in the offseason, the new owners don't want a headache with Juan Soto. They don't want bad contract payroll on their payroll, like Strasburg, like Corbin. That's why they're trading Josh Bell to get rid of a little bit of the money he has off their payroll. So that's why the Mets are a possibility. And Rizzo is not going to not take the best. If the Mets put up the best package for Juan Soto, Rizzo is not going to not take that because the Mets are in the NL East. I'm sorry. It's just that simple. The Nationals owners are selling the team. If the Mets put the best package together, Rizzo will be fired on the spot if he doesn't take the best offer. And if the best offer is the Mets and he doesn't take it, that's a problem. That's a fireable offense. Now, not saying that the Mets are going to have the best offer, because there's other teams like the Cardinals, like the Padres, who have a lot of better prospects and their farm system's better. But you also got to look what the Nationals might be looking for as well. Like you just saw Joe in the comments talk about MLB Network. A reporter said that the Nationals really like Vogelback. There might be a little thing here or there, because there was rumors that the Nationals want prospects, but they also would like maybe at least one, possibly two already major league players on the roster. So that's an option as well. So, and the Mets do have top prospects that they can trade. And on top of that, if you're just tuning in, I said this earlier, the Mets, according to MLB Pipeline, which is a very good source to talk about prospects and about the draft, according to MLB Pipeline, the New York Mets have the best draft for the 2022 season. They were ranked number 1 based on their picks. Number 1 in all of baseball. And they had the 11th and the 14th pick. They weren't even in the top 10. And they were ranked the number one pick, number one draft class, according to MLB Pipeline. So the Mets are coming onto the field and ready to go. Scherzer coming on the mound. Listen to the fans. Packed house at Citfield. Let's go. So there you go, guys. That's what I was talking about. You got, according to MLB Pipeline, the best draft class. And that is why I think you can make this deal and use your prospects. The reason why is because you got the number one draft class, according to MLB Pipeline, the best number one in all of baseball, and you had the 11th and 14th pick in the first round. I honestly think the Mets can make a big trade because they got the best pick, the best draft class in all of baseball. The game is delayed. It's starting in about a minute. So once again, guys, Mets versus Padres, game 1 of a 3-game set. Let me make this eye-pleasing with a little background. And the Mets and the Padres just about to start, so game day is up, ready to go. I'm going to put the sound up. Let me know in the comments, guys, if you can hear it, and we're going to start. Mets versus Padres. Scherzer on the mound. The Mets are in black. Friday night blackout. Let's go, Mets. Starting the second half. Let's go, guys. Let's go, Mets.
Profar lead it off. You see Profar back up on his feet. He was involved in a very scary collision a couple of weeks ago. Suffered a concussion and cervical injury, but he was able to bounce back within a week. Scherzer, 31 strikeouts, only 1 walk in his 3 starts. He's coming back from the injury list. 5-2 career versus the Padres in 10 starts. First pitch of the night, Profar.
All right, strike one. Can you guys hear the game call?
6 for 10.
Loud and clear. I love it.
Against the Mets in that series in San Diego.
All right, Robert, I'm going to check.
Runs in the 3 games. He hit the ball all over the field from both sides of the plate.
Hit a double and a home run as well. Scored 6 runs.
And the fastball downside corner for a strike. And Scherzer quickly ahead 0-2.
Well, Max has got great command. It's a very sultry evening here.
83 degrees at game time, down from the mid-90s earlier today. And Profar tries to hold on the cutter and stop the swing in time, 1-2.
Uh-oh, Angel Hernandez is at third base. Oh, boy.
Manny Machado, all-stars both behind Profar in the lineup. San Diego, 10 games over 500. With 44 and 27 a month to go. 8-15 cents. 1-2 count. And just got a piece of that fastball to stay on the at-bat. I love these Padres road uniforms, by the way.
But you do.
Sand-colored uniforms with the mustard and mud.
You don't like their home uniforms, the old mustard and muds, right?
I do.
I do too.
Very much.
Finally agree about something.
Well, it's the first time for everything.
Yeah. Strike 3. Here we go. We got baseball back, baby. Woo! Scherzer is on point as always. Let's go. What a slider. Tight slider by Scherzer.
He has just got such great command with his powerful stuff.
Career strikeout number 3,111. 17th in the all-time list. He needs 6 tonight to catch Kurt Schilling for 16th. 7 to catch Bob Gibson for 15th. Cronenworth taking first pitch curveball for a strike. Cronenworth just back from his second All-Star appearance, went 0-2 in the All-Star game. 0-10 in his career against Scherzer.
Woo! He's ready. Look at that. Oh, they can't touch him. Let's go.
I think Max has been arrested and has been let out of the corral.
And
That's moved him ahead of the pack to open the second half. After all, he's made only 3 starts in the last 2 months. So he's working on only 1 extra day of rest. Worked last Saturday in the doubleheader in Chicago. Gave up 2 runs over 6 1/3 and struck out 11. Everybody else in the rotation will get far more rest than Scherzer. 1-2 coming.
Strike 3, yeah. Let's go. 2 outs. 2 outs, 2 strikeouts for Scherzer. Let's go.
2-strike fastball on top of the plate. Might have been
Exactly. When he's talking to himself, I honestly think people go up to the plate scared as hell. And I don't blame him.
Who is the crew chief? Keith, it's time for your spotlight and out of the night. It's going to be Manny Machado. Why? Because he's one of the best hitters in the game. The match against Max, he's only hit 170 against Scherzer, 8 for 47 with 2 home runs and 19 strikeouts. We're going to see how Max attacks Machado.
Starting with a fastball first strike. Machado was tearing up the league until he hurt his ankle in June, missed 10 days, and since he's come back, hitting just 197 over 17 games.
When he turned that ankle, was it Colorado?
Yes,
I thought he broke his ankle. It was ugly.
he has been the guy for the Padres in the absence of Fernando Tatis, who's still working his way back from a broken wrist. There's no time till he got up when he'll be back. Slider off the plate. It's 2-1 to Machado.
Well, this is a Padre team.
Come on, Max, let's go.
52 games in the first half, and just the Dodgers have just blown the doors off the division.
Nice pitch. Outside corner right there. 2-2. Let's go. Strike out the side.
2-2.
I've got to believe that Max has made a check mark.
Fans are cheering on their feet. Let's go. Met fans are pumped. Woo! Nice slider.
Lay off the slider. It's 3-2. No more Mazar's hitting clean up. He would be next.
So a lot of sliders from Mr. Machado. Respectful.
Oh, Max. Probably going to be a slider.
3-2 coming.
Popped up. Should end the inning. There we go. Top of the first over. 2 strikeouts for Scherzer. Going to the bottom of the first. Mets, Padres, no score. Nice start for Scherzer. Woo! So I love right after the All-Star break, we had a couple of days of just, the All-Star game nobody really cares about. The Home Run Derby was cool, but you know what? You're not really pumped for your team right now. Coming back from the All-Star break is always fun. I'm like, let's go. Whew. Got me a little pumped, a little warm in here. Let's go. So once again, guys, if you're just tuning in, don't forget to please hit on that like button. Let's get this stream out to more Mets fans, more baseball fans. Second half started for our beloved New York Mets. Ready to go, ready to have some fun, ready to win the game. This is a big test. The Padres have been playing better as of late. It's a big test for the Mets. It's an important series for the Mets. I'd like to take 2 out of 3 against the Padres going into the Yankee series because you never really know when it comes to a series against the Yankees because anything can happen in those series. And it's only a 2-game series. And most of the time, a 2-game series ends in a split. And even though I would really like to beat down on the Yankees and sweep them, big possibility will most likely sweep. So, Delmar, you're a Braves fan, but I agree with you, buddy. All right, we're going to the bottom of the first. No score. Mets coming up. Let's see what the Mets can do. Get some early runs here. I know I'm in and out a little bit with the Wi-Fi, but it should be okay in a second. Let's go, Mets.
As the Mets
Yu Darvish on the mound for the Padres.
Darvish really helped to check the first. Well, the veteran Darvish, 8-4 on the year. See his numbers. Another guy that throws strikes. He's a little more like Bassett, more deliberate on the mound. Where Scherzer just gets the ball and wants to throw it. He's the complete opposite, but he's got a great repertoire of pitches. He is a command pitcher.
Brandon Nimmo leads off for New York. Brandon starts today at 358 on base percentage.
Come on, Brandon, start it off.
His first fastball is on the court for a strike, nothing one.
I was mentioning that James Hoy in the top half of the inning, little generous corners.
Oh,
Just the
sorry, guys. I pressed the wrong button.
Scherzer got the call. Not three of them.
Well, both these guys get an inch or two off the plate. Should be a fast game. Fastball inside Nimmo, 1-1. Starling Marte on deck, and then Francisco Lindor. There's the quartet for the game. James Roy has the plate. Jim Rowland,
Come on, Brandon, let's go.
and Angel Hernandez.
Again, the key to the Mets usually playing well is making the pitcher work. Pitch count got to increase here. Nimmo pops it up. That's might be trouble, but I think Machado got it. He does. 1 out.
Machado was playing off the line, but closed ground and made it look easy for the first down.
Tonight's cap of Tel Padres defense, the best glove on the infield of this Padres team, and the best arm. And Machado
Yes, James, putting it up right now. Sorry about that.
brings 4 gloves.
There we go. It's on the screen at the bottom.
At first base, out the outfield, they say that Profar has the strongest arm and has just played a solid left field all the way around. He's been just absolutely like.
All right, Marte is up. See what he can do.
For your Metsies.
Oh, Starling.
And here is Starling Marte. Did not play in the All-Star game to rest the groin injury that kept him out for a few games last week. But he had a good series coming back from that injury in Chicago, went 5 for 13. But Starling made his mark at the All-Star game anyway. Showed up on the red carpet in the suit.
Oh, I loved his shirt. Loved it.
Which led Buck Showalter to say that he might copy that style, which really confused me considering we've never seen Buck's jersey under his jacket. So
I think bullpen armor is going to happen first. Blankenhorn is he's been in the minors a few years. He was up last year with the Mets. He hit a big home run in Pittsburgh last year, the game I was at.
Marte with Francisco Lindor on deck.
There we go. That's a base hit for Starling. There we go. Continues to be hot. That's what I'm talking about. 1 out hit for Marte.
Top 10 in batting average at the All-Star break at 295, 10th in the league. Coming into this game, likes the ball down. It's a breaking ball that stays inside. Boy, he's got a good swing.
297 now.
Marte is such a good pickup, man. I love that pick.
Injuries he's had with his legs, a couple hits, but always hustles hard at first base. In fact, this entire team is a hustling team.
Darvish has always been susceptible to the
All right, Susan, have a good day.
A little better holding runners this year. They're 8 of 10 though against him.
Come on, Frankie. Start it off. Keep it going.
Takes a strike.
Watermelon, what's up? Thoughts on Vogelback? Solid trade. I didn't like giving up Holderman, but what can you do? He can provide a little bit more power than the Mets have at the DH spot right now.
Very productive.
Come on, Frankie.
From Francisco. 16 home runs.
Darvish can become very deliberate when on base. Part of that is that history of not controlling the running game.
That looked like a strike, but they called it a ball.
160 stolen base attempts.
No, Marcus. We're still going to get a DH, either Josh Bell or Trey Mancini. I think so. I think Vogelback is just he's a platoon player anyway. That is a good power battle off the bench. That's a ball.
Neither team is a team that relies on the stolen base. The Mets have only 33 stolen bases, and that is 13th in the National League. Padres over 30. That is next to last. Marte has a dozen, which leads the Mets. Let's slow down a bit as we talk about it. We did get credit for the steal of home in Chicago the last game the Mets played on Sunday. Oh, you mean that first and third botch of the Cubbies? Also stole a base Saturday night, so it's not as though he's reluctant right now. Good pitch to run 2-1 to Lindor. Gets breaking ball.
Not a pitch you want to hit. 2-2 count to Francisco.
Lindor always takes a very, very healthy cut. As a result, he's got 80 strikeouts on the year, but I'll take those 80 strikeouts and I'll take his home run, 16 home runs, and his 66 ribeye steaks. Gianna moving over to the shortstop spot, leaving Lindor the entire third base line. 2-2 coming. And he's
strike three. Yeah, I saw that, Stevie, that tweet that Epler says that the bullpen market is kind of in motion a lot more right now. And that's why he wanted to jump on that possibility of a bat that he can acquire rather quickly.
So 2 out. Marte is still in first, and now Pete Alonso. Did I see that?
Come on, Pete. 2 outs, 1 on. Bottom of the first, Pete Alonso up with Marte at first.
He got to the semifinals this year, but there was no three-peat for him. The Mariners rookie Julio Rodriguez put on quite a performance, being beat out. He loses to Juan Soto in the final. He comes off the series in Chicago where he drove in 6 runs in the 4 games, 78 RBIs for the year to lead the league.
Come on, Pete.
Darvish, now 35 years old, second year with the Padres. Signed a big deal with the Cubs, who then traded him for 5 players 2 winters ago. A nice year for the Padres last year. Was an all-star for the 5th time in his career.
Good eye. I like Pete staying off that slider, which is usually his problem.
Alonso's had a home run against Darvish and 7 career bats. Of course, Pete leading the National League in RBIs with 78, 8 ahead of Paul Goldschmidt Cards.
I don't like Marte stealing in this spot. You know, you have a possibility of a home run here with Alonso. Oh, that was the hanger right there. He missed it. Damn it.
Well, the Braves are 2.5 behind the Mets coming out of the All-Star break. The Braves are starting the series with the Angels tonight. They face Shohei Ohtani. That game has been delayed at the start by rain. That's in Atlanta, correct?
Yeah, I technically don't like the steal in this spot because Alonso can definitely hit it over the fence here and give us a 2-0 lead. But 2-2 count, 1-2 count coming to Alonso. All right, laid off that slider. 2-2.
The pitchers are always trying to get Pete to chase the slider. When Pete gets a little off, he chases a little more. But when he's right or semi-right, he doesn't chase. He's got good discipline to play.
Come on, Pete, let's go.
Fewer pitches in the strike zone than virtually any player in the majors. So that discipline is key.
All right, popped up, but right at the right fielder. All right, so the Mets didn't get any runs there. Thank you, Joe. End the lockout. So we're going to the top of the second. Mets, Padres, no score. But that's okay. It's early. Didn't have, he got about 10, 11, not a lot of pitches so far in the first. What he has, 15 pitches, not terrible. The Mets didn't work the counts enough for me, but hey, It's all right. He missed that hanger that was a slider earlier in the count that he should have drove, but he missed it. But that's all right. It'll happen. We'll get it done. I trust Scherzer to go probably 7 innings with not much of an issue. So I think the Mets can definitely win. Score a couple of runs against Darvish for sure. But first inning, nothing happened. But that's okay. We'll get it done. I have confidence in this team. This team surprises us all year. And no reason why we can't do it again. So once again, guys, we got 134 in the stream right now. The goal is to get to 100 likes before the 5th inning ends. Last time I checked, it was at 75 likes. Let's get to 100 likes before the 5th inning is over. So if you haven't hit that like button yet and you're just tuning in, please do. And to all the new subscribers that subscribed to the channel today, welcome to the channel. Hopefully you are enjoying this live stream with the TV call of SNY and game day on your screen with my instant reactions and reactions to the innings during the commercial breaks. So this is how we do it here on the channel. And as you guys already noticed, I like to interact with you guys throughout the entire game. And I like to try to get to everybody, or somebody gives a good point, I like to shout you guys out. So if you're just tuning in, you didn't hear the news, the Mets made a trade with the Pittsburgh Pirates for first baseman / DH Daniel Vogelbach of the Pirates, who is batting about 230, 12 home runs with around 30 RBIs. So again, he's not going to hit for average, but he's an on-base guy. His OPS is over a 900. All right, so top of the second. No score. Scherzer on the mound.
Zara, pulled up in early June, is taken over as the most of the time right fielder in the absence of Will Myers, who's been on the injured list with a knee problem. Zara's done well. Came up as a 20-year-old with the Rangers, made an instant impression, really fallen off the map. Played only briefly for Detroit last year before he was released. But he's swung back well since coming to San Diego.
Come on, Max, let's go. Nice pitch. Scherzer is on point yet again. Lewis, what's up, baby? What's up? Oh, woo! Strike 3 call. Let's go. With the curveball. That should have been a ball, but he gave him that outside corner. Gave him that a few inches off the plate. And the Padres are not happy. Let's go. Let's go. You give him those outside corners right there, there's no way you're going to hit the plate. It's close. Strikeout number 3. All right. Luke Voigt is up. 3 strikes already with 4 batters for Scherzer.
Those are the calls that the Braves pitchers always used to get. Maddox, Glavin, Eric Gregg behind the plate.
All right. Quick 2 strikes on Voigt. Yeah, it does seem the Mets get screwed a lot on bad calls at the plate. Shout out to Keith Hernandez. Come on.
Wait till Daniel Vogelbach gets here. He is a moose, and he's got 99 strikeouts on the season. The next one will be 100. He's a full hitter, all or nothing.
Come on, Max. He got him. Strike 3. Strikeout number 4. Let's go.
And that was a hanger right there for Max.
That wasn't a great pitch by Scherzer, but he was looking fastball and was way out in front.
So Detroit strikes out for the 100th time this year. Scherzer now with 94 strikeouts in 70 2/3 innings. Here's Eric Hosmer. Hosmer now in his 5th year.
We gave up Kyle Holderman, Ruben, the reliever. All right, 2 outs. Hosmer up. Scherzer 4 strikeouts through 5 batters.
Hosmer's faced Scherzer plenty over the years when they were both the American Central for a long time.
Ken, it's extremely early.
He's had 52 at bats against him. He's done okay. 288 for 2 home runs.
And that's the first hit in the gap. Might be a double. He's going for 2. And he's safe. So Hosmer got a 2-out double. First hit of the game for the Padres. Ken, that's your favorite player, Joey Gallo. Strikes out every other at bat.
But he likes the ball down, and there he drives that ball into the opposite gap. And then hustles a double. Now, he busted that ball. I thought he turned, he might have thought twice about nothing there, did he? He busted. He smelled it. Hosmer.
Come on, Max.
Running on a scouting report about a bench arm. I think we've seen that act before. Oh, yes, we have. Oh, I'll never forget that play. Ground ball to third base. Looked innocent enough. Hosmer raced home with the tying run. 5 of the World Series. Yes, he did. David Wright going well to his left, I recall. And
Yeah, Marcus, but again, I think Buck Showalter and Epler are on very good terms. And I do think it's not like Epler's trying to hurt Buck Showalter here. You know what I'm saying? There's something else in the works for sure for a bullpen arm that's probably better than Holderman. Strike 2. All right. 2 outs, 2 strikes. 2-out double by Hosmer. He's on second base. Runner in scoring position for the Padres. 4 strikeouts so far and 6 batters for Scherzer. Looking for another strikeout here. All right, Max, let's go. Come on, Max, let's go. Full count. All right, full count. Hosmer will be running, so a base hit should score Hosmer on a base hit.
Some players make other players better around them. And he's pretty good, too. Oh, well. You can see how it's very sultry.
It's a very hot day at Citfield. So it's going to take a lot out of you pitching tonight.
It's baseball players, it's a summer game. It's made to be played in warm weather. Starters continue to excel.
Come on.
Even with Jacob DeGrom still on the horizon.
Come on, Max. Oh. All right, so Nito got crossed up, and it was a pass ball, got Hosmer to third. Somebody missed the sign. And ball 4 to Nola. So first and third, 2 outs. So that would have been strike 3 if he would have caught the ball and they didn't get crossed up there. All right, so a little bit of trouble for Scherzer. Not necessarily his fault, but Trent Grisham is up. Yeah, that was 93 on the wrist. Luckily, he had a little bit of pad in there. All right, come on, Max, let's go. Oh. Yeah, no, man, that's true, but it's a very hot day at Citfield, and Scherzer has a little bit extra rest still, but you know what? The heat takes a lot out of you. Come on, Max, let's go. Nice pitch.
Is that a pad on his claims? Lucky he had it on. That's right on the old hoof.
It's 1-1 to Grisham.
All right, Scherzer's missing inside a lot right now. Little struggle right now.
Yesterday, 5 innings, 60 pitches. He's going to make another rehab start. That'll be probably Tuesday or Wednesday before he'll be ready to rejoin the team. So it's going to be into August.
All right. Fouled off. 2-2 count. First and third, 2 outs for the Padres.
Allows the Mets to give Peterson a bullpen for now. And then they'll have to bring him back out for a start, even if the crowd comes back. That doubleheader coming up in a couple of weeks. So Walter's looking to use Peterson for some innings in relief. At the same time, keep him ready to go back into a starting role when needed. And what an important piece he's been as that extra starting pitcher.
Well, he's really, I think, turned a corner, Mr. Peterson.
2-2 coming from Scherzer. And Grisham.
Ground ball. Yes, got out of the inning. All right, there we go. So a little struggle there for Scherzer. A little bit of trouble with first and third. But Scherzer once again gets out of it. Going to the bottom of the second. No score. Mets are coming up. Once again, guys, thank you for tuning in to Talking Mets at Rob. Mets versus Padres. Second half has begun for our New York Mets. Finally, it feels like opening day all over again in a weird way. Our team is good. Really good. Got the second best record in the National League. Fourth best record in all of baseball. It's a fun time to be a Met fan. We're in on trade rumors on all players. We're in on every player that we can think of. Mets already made a trade to get Vogel back from the Pirates, a power bat. Does strike out a lot, but does also have a lot of walks. And on top of that, his OPS is over 900 against righties. And you're going to see, you're going to see him against righties a lot in the DH spot, and then probably JD Davis against lefties. So at the moment, it's a better left-handed bat than Dominic Smith. It's just that simple. Dominic Smith, there was no power whatsoever, and he was batting around 200. I know Vogelback is like batting 230, but it's 30 points higher than Dominic Smith. He walks more. His OPS is much higher at 900. And he has 12 home runs with Dominic Smith 0. So that's already an upgrade at the DH spot. Again, that's not saying the Mets ain't going to go after Bell or Trey Mancini. There's still a pretty good chance that's going to happen. But in the meantime, what Epler said earlier, he did say that the market for hitters hasn't really been developing as much yet. And since the Pirates were willing to make a trade Vogelback really quickly, he wanted to pounce on that trade. The bullpen market has been heating up. So it's more about the arms that are making movements right now and making some rumors going around more than the bats right now. So that's why Epler made that move quickly before more teams could have got involved with the Pirates about Vogelback. So we're going to the bottom of the second. McNeil leading off. No score, Mets Padres.
That appearance at the All-Star game, and of course it being the Mets in 2022. Got hit by a pitch. Almost got hit again. On the same foot that he got hit on by Alec Manoa. Well, Darvish has had 9 hit batsmen in the first half of the season. Jeff Daddy, 300 PA.
Nick, no problem, buddy. Bobby, a member of Talking Mets Rob. What's up, buddy? Thank you for tuning in. Welcome to the second half, guys.
Started at the All-Star game.
Come on, Jeff. Start it off. Let's go.
For the first time. Maybe got on the red carpet. Darvish gets a slider in for a strike, and it's 1-1. Eduardo Escobar on deck, and then Luis Guillorme for the Mets. Those lightning bolt batting gloves reminds me of
All right, pop up. It might go out of play. And nice catch by Profar. 1 out.
right to the sidewall to make a nice play. 1 out.
Oh, Marcus, I think that's going to happen, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's in the works already. And that's the reason why Haldeman was in the deal for Vogelback. All right, 1 out. Escobar coming up.
It's Eduardo Escobar. Takes a curveball for a strike from Darvish. Escobar, I am hopeful. 4 days off, he cleared his head, start fresh. It really could be a big plus in the second half.
We had a nice series in Chicago.
Yes.
Marcus, it's a possibility. I do think we need another lefty, though.
In the first half of the season, he still drove in 40 runs. It's just he's not a 224 hitter. And boy, if he could get hot, have a good second half, what a lift switch hitter that he is.
Of course, he from sight from San Diego, so maybe this Padres would be a tonic. What's interesting to me about Escobar is that the first month of the season, he was walking at a prodigious rate, which is really out of character in his career. 15 walks in April at 378 on base percentage. Since the start of May, he's only drawn 11 walks,
right,
and has a 246 on base percentage.
You can see everybody in this team likes to choke up a little bit on the back. Even Escobar.
All right, 0-2 to Escobar. Ground ball. Fair ball. It should be 2 outs, and it is.
Over his shoulder to check it out with Jim Wolf. I'm not sure Hoffman thought that was there. Escobar is looking at the spot as well. That's a put out for the second out.
Fair ball. Look at the scoreboard. Wow.
All right, Luis Guillorme coming up with 2 outs.
Leave in the dark, folks, on that. You have to come out here to see it.
Guillorme had a hit in his last at bat.
Yeah, Marcus, that's fine, but there's no guarantee that Peterson will pitch well out of the bullpen. And I'd rather have another lefty arm that is experienced in the bullpen. Lefty, like Andrew Chafin of the Tigers.
Portrait up there is a, what do you want to call it? Headshot on a animated body.
Check swing.
And, almost went fair. That was funny with that squibber to third base.
So it had his head on what? His headshot, a photograph, right? With the beard. And then an animated body. And he was
Like a robot?
no, he was like the wrestler. He had no shirt on. He was like flexing a muscle. WWE night.
All right, 0-2 to Luis Guillorme. No score.
Now I forgot about
Mets,
that. Okay.
Padres.
It's supposed to be a family venue. 8 straight strikes from Darvish. Gotta put this in the bed.
And Guillorme strikes out to end the inning. So, Mets didn't get none done. In the bottom of the second, going to the top of the third, no score, Mets Padres. Again, this is a good pitching matchup. Probably not a lot of runs are going to be scored. So far, the Padres had a chance to do some damage, had a runner in scoring position and 2 men on in the top of the second, but Scherzer found the way out. Mets have been struggling other than Marte on base. Haven't really done nothing offensively as of yet. But it's still early, only the third inning. Hopefully Scherzer can continue his masterful pitching, and the Mets can find a way to get some runs against Darvish. Once again, guys, if you're just tuning in, don't forget to please hit on that like button. New subscriber, welcome. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Mike, why would you trade from a weakness for a scrub? He better be a temporary fill-in until they get Bell. Mike, it is a temporary fill-in. Vogelback was just available right now, and Epler seen it as an opportunity to bolster some power in this lineup. Unfortunately, you had to give up Holderman. But let's be honest, it's not like Holderman was, Hader or Diaz. Yes, he was better than the other guys, but sometimes you have to give a little bit to get somebody who could help this team power-wise in this lineup. And not saying that it was a great trade. I wasn't necessarily happy we gave up Holderman, but look what it's about 2 weeks until the trade deadline, or a week and a half. The bullpen arms are what's being rumored about to be moving rather quickly. The market's moving rather quickly, according to Epler. The hitters market hasn't been picking up yet. So Epler wanted to pounce on the first power bat that was available, and he took advantage of it. So I honestly think that it's not a look. Vogelback is already better than J.D. Davis and Dominic Smith because he has 12 home runs, and the Mets need power in the lineup. So here we go, guys. Top of the third, no score. Scherzer on the mound.
First pitch foul. Play. Abrams getting some reps at shortstop now as they continue to wait for the return of Fernando Tatis. Has been out all year. Ha-Sung Kim has played the majority of the shortstop. Abrams, one of their top prospects. The 6th pick in the draft coming out of high school in 2019. And they love his bat and his speed. Breaking the loop for strike. So a 2. Ball in that collision with Scherzer Profar a couple of weeks ago. He came out unscathed. It had to be scary for him.
And he hit him on an 0-2 pitch. Damn it.
Season ended on a collision where he suffered a broken leg and torn MCL. But this time he got out of it without much damage. Here he gets nicked on the thigh.
Didn't really move that much.
Shit. Did I say shit? It's
The bones below the knee are shin bones here.
Right.
Above is the thigh.
well, the thigh bone's connected to the knee bone, and the knee bone's connected to the
All right, Max, come on.
Here's Jerson Profar struck out his first time on
All right, there's a bunt.
Beautiful bunt. Scherzer on it.
Oh, Pete Alonso dropped it. Come on, Pete. All right, so first and second, nobody out.
By Scherzer, but Pete couldn't corral it. Would have had him, but Profar is safe at first.
Interesting how they're. I don't know if this was put on by Bob Melvin. I think it was Profar on his own. I mean, this throw is not in the dirt. He just missed it. Now, the heel of his glove. That's got to be an E3 here. Nice play by Max, actually.
So Pete should have had that. Should have been an out, but
So it's
first and second, nobody out.
Profar, and E3 give an assist to Scherzer. And 2 men are aboard with nobody out.
I mean, there's no guarantee that Bell would be just the guy who's going to make the runs happen in this Mets offense. No guarantee. He would help.
Only one behind the Cardinals and the Braves at 39. The Mets have made 40 errors. The Padres 38. So we've got good defensive teams out here, both sides.
Fifth error of the year for Alonso. Here's Jake Cronenworth with 2 on and nobody out. Cronenworth gets out ahead of Cutter and pulls it down. Cronenworth took a call third strike his first time up. Tried to work around 2 on trouble in second. That cost him a lot of extra pitches, and now intermediate trouble. They hit my pitch and an error. Strat the third. Fastball by corner. I think it's 0-2. He's facing the Padres for the first time we met.
Cronenworth had a big game in that 13-2 finale in San Diego. We broke in 5 runs.
Oh, Max, let's go.
0-2 coming. This is what was the changeup, and it's 1-2.
It's the second changeup that Scherzer's thrown in this game, and both in this inning.
Standing speed at second and Abrams. Good speed at first.
Oh, Max, let's go. 44 pitches from Max Scherzer. Not bad pitching. Not a bad pitch count right now. But to get out of this inning, might be around a little over 50 pitches. So if he can get a double play here, that'd be nice.
1-2 coming.
Oh, just outside.
Flies that front shoulder open. He's looking for something in the middle and the pole and drive.
21 home runs last year. 9 more this year for Cronenworth.
And a pop-up. Infield fly is going to be Cole. 1 out. There we go. I'll take that.
Padres, as recently as June 22nd, were tied for first place with the Dodgers in the NL West at 44-27. Since then, they're 8-15. They've fallen 10.5 games behind.
And of course, the Dodgers have just took off.
And Machado was fantastic for the first 2.5
Ruben,
months.
if it's Juan Soto, I am.
Come backwards since then. I mean, really, that
I think people forget
pick up the slack.
this team has a 2 or 3 year window
Right now,
to win a World Series. You worry about 2025, 2026 when you get there. And you got a guy who's going to spend money to get players as well. So, you're worrying about prospects that are probably not going to really help us enough to do what we're going to have to do and win a World Series. There's no guarantee that Alvarez or Beatty is going to help us win a World Series. Soto is definitely can be a possibility of winning the World Series. All right, quickly 0-2 to Machado. Come on, Max, let's go.
And on the corner, great location, beats Machado. Now he can do anything he wants. 1-2.
Pop up on a slider. Last time up on a 3-2 pitch. Abrams at second, Profar at first with 1 out.
Come on, Max. And you got to remember, guys, our draft class was ranked number 1 by MLB Pipeline for this just finished draft. Number 1 ranked by MLB Pipeline. So 2 of our first round picks are going to be in the top 10, guaranteed. So we already bolstered our bullpen.
So it's one thing to see with this new.
So you have to take into that factor as well. Come on, Max, let's go. 49 pitches for Scherzer with 1 out in the third, 2 men on. And he struck him out. Nice pitch. Let's go. 2 outs. Nice pitch. Exactly, Ruben. Parada and Jet also. The 14 pick is going to be in the Mets top 10 right away. That's why I think you can make a trade for Soto. Because you're already putting 2 men back in your top 10 right away because of this draft class.
Gibson, 6 behind his former teammate Verlander, who's not pitching tonight. When the year began, Scherzer was ahead of Verlander, but he's spending 7 weeks on the injured list. Verlander was having a wonderful season.
Mazzara up with 2 outs. First and second for the Padres. Top of the third, 50 pitches for Scherzer. Popped it up. First pitch. Should end the inning. And he does. All right. What a way to get. What a way to get out of that inning. A little bit of trouble for Scherzer, 2 innings straight, but no way you're going to touch Scherzer and get it done. So going to the bottom of the third, no score. Mets are coming up. So, yeah, guys, when it comes to Juan Soto, you do what you have to do to get Juan Soto. Not only the Mets had the number 1 draft class in the 2022 draft, according to MLB Pipeline, which is a very respectable website on draft prospects and draft class and everything like that. Number 1, and we didn't even have a top 10 pick. We had 11th and 14th. Yet we had the top. We took a lot of players that were projected to go sooner than they did. So that's the important thing to look at as well. So if you give up your top 4 prospects, you're already rebuilding your top 5, your top 10 right away. And that's a good start. And yet you have a 23-year-old superstar in Juan Soto for at the very least 2.5 years. And we all know Steve Cohen's going to throw the checkbook at Juan Soto. So that's why it's important to realize that not only was our draft class ranked number 1, you're already rebuilding your top 10 prospect list right away, starting with the draft you just had. So going to the bottom of the third, no Jet Williams. They're talking about it now. Kevin Parada and Jet Williams, 11th pick and 14th pick in the first round.
Not signed, drafted, excuse me.
All right, Blankenhorn is leading off.
Third season debut for Blankenhorn, who had 23 at bat for the Mets last year.
It doesn't matter, Ken. It really doesn't matter. Because there's no guarantee that Beatty and Alvarez are going to come up and do anything. Oh, get out. Oh, got off the end of the bat. But even if Alvarez comes up next year, guys. All right, they're talking to Jet Williams right now. The 14th pick in the first round.
I'm really excited. Very blessed the Mets organization is taking a chance on me. I'm not going to let down, but just very excited still.
Now, you found out with the rest of the world that you were going to be drafted by the Mets. Once they called you, what was that conversation like?
It was just all congratulations and so happy to help.
You know, Ken, even if Alvarez comes up next year, we have no idea how good his defense is going to be. He could be bad, and that can be a problem as well. Well, Ken, that's the thing. There's no guarantee that Alvarez is going to be a star or Beatty's going to be a star. Mauricio has nowhere to play in his team. Vientos has nowhere to play in his team. Alex Ramirez is at least 2 years away. So
just trying to help a team win a World Series, and hopefully it's the Mets.
yeah, Parada was supposed to go in the top 10 and didn't.
Steve Cohen, the owner of the Mets, came in here to talk to you. What did he say?
He just said congratulations. He was super happy that I'm a part of this organization. And like I said again, just I'm so glad the Mets is taking a chance on me, and just super excited to get to work.
Now, Gary, I had asked Jet, being from Texas, did you grow up a Rangers fan? And he said, no. And he smiled and said, I'm a Mets fan now.
All right, that was quick. 2 outs for Darvish. I feel good about getting Soto, guys. Yeah, Margot is she's a looker, that's for sure. All right, Brandon Nimmo coming up with 2 outs. Only 30 pitches for Darvish. So the Mets aren't really working the counts against Darvish here. You know, you got to remember, guys, Carlos Gomez, Lessons Millage, these guys are supposed to be great prospects that were supposed to do big things, and they didn't. So you just never know with prospects. That's why I'd rather take a chance on the known guy in Soto than a guy that might come up and do well. We don't know. And probably won't be better than Soto.
Consecutive strikes thrown by Darvish. Darvish shares one experience with Max Scherzer, and he goes from Dodger Rentals. One better for Scherzer than it did for Darvish.
Yeah, Fernando Martinez is another one. No, you can go through the list. Mike Pelfrey, top prospect, okay pitcher. You know, you can go on and on. You know, we can do this forever.
Trading deadline 11 days away. Those are the rentals are going to be this year.
Wow, strike 3. All right, so a very quick inning for the Mets here. Darvish down. Sorry about game day. It just went blanked out on me. I'll have it on next inning. So Mets are struggling to get base runners against Darvish, which is not a good sign. The Padres had threatened 2 innings in a row, but Scherzer found a way to get out of it, keeping the Mets in the game as always. So, unfortunately, the Mets didn't do a great job in working his pitch count because he only has 32 pitches, which sucks. Yeah, I don't know. You know, for some reason, the Mets always had trouble with Darvish over the years, no matter what type of team we have. Well, yeah, I mean, that's the biggest thing with this lineup. And I've said this from the beginning. You know, me and Ken got back and forth with this when it came to runs scored with the Mets. I thought it was a big blown over interesting when people talk about, wow, they scored a lot of runs. Yes. But when you're not hitting and you can't get multiple hits against good pitching like Darvish, you can't get 4 or 5 hits in a row to score runs. You need that big power bat or two in the lineup to take a guy deep who might leave a hanger over the plate and score 3 runs just like that. You know, the Mets, the last couple of, like over the last week before the All-Star break, were hitting home runs. That's how they were winning games. They weren't necessarily hitting, you know, getting 4, 5, 6 hits in a row. They were hitting the home runs, which were giving them 2 or 3 run home runs, which was helping to score runs there. So when you're struggling, when a lineup's struggling, you know, one hanger over the plate can be a 2-run homer. The Mets only have Alonso to do that. Maybe with Vogelback, that might be a start of better power with him. Well, Ken, that's the problem. Multiple hits is the way this team scores. Can't get one hit. That's a problem as well. All right, so Luke Voigt is up in the top of the fourth, no score. My camera's going to be off for about a second. I have to fix something. Hopefully it can come back. So you're just going to see my channel logo. I will have the audio for you with my sound, unfortunately. That kind of sucks, but we'll deal with it.
Against fastballs this year, 633 OPS. That's the sixth lowest in the majors. Against breaking balls, 921, which is the sixth best in the majors. So a guy who would think that he would throw most of the fastballs to. Well, he got a hit off the fastball his first time up. Fastball down in the strike zone. Inner half, had a little too much play. You see the numbers on Hosmer, and the one at the bottom is the key in this spot. But the play ball, this guy, he's the guy. You see the nice ground ball right in the base. It's like calling some road 4-3. Yes. Well, Scherzer would settle for the inning of 4-6-3.
All right, so Scherzer's struggling a little bit with 58 pitches, 1 on with nobody out, 2-1 count to Hosmer.
Just 5 ground ball double plays this year.
Uh-oh, that might be gone. And it is 2-0 Padres on a opposite field, 2-run homer for Hosmer. Damn it. Not good, not good. Damn it.
This one, leaving the yard, put the Padres in front. He's a big powerful guy. Does not get cheated. That ball was belt high too, and he managed to get on top of it enough here. He's just a strong guy.
Yeah, that was a pitch right over the plate, unfortunately.
And I still say you never see a home run to left field that goes to those seats up front. When the stadium opened, the Great Wall of Flushing, that might have been an F7. Or maybe a double off the wall. And I do think the ball.
Guys, relax. It's the 4th inning.
It was crazy big.
It's only 2 runs.
If you look at the black fence all the way around where you had to use to hit a home run, right? I mean, it just killed guys like David Wright and Jason Bay, and it was just awful. Just look at the elevation too. It's right, 16-foot high wall. It's just, it was absurd. To be honest with you, it was like just as bad as the Astros. Hold on the ground behind the back. It's a
Fair ball. Should be a double.
Charged by McNeil. Heading for second is Nola. The throw for McNeil, and Nola is safe. Just got in. So Austin Nola Third straight hit for the Padres. Just over
All right, so they're starting to hit, and that is a fair ball,
good call.
and that is a hit. They're hitting the Scherzer pretty decent right now.
Off balance. Just a little on the right side of the bag, but I don't think they get no way to the perfect throw. Scherzer.
So Hosmer with a 2-run home run, just a double right now by Nola with nobody out in the fourth. Tough start for Scherzer right now.
2 men on to win the second. Warner's pinch in against Grisham. And he squares and bunts one toward third. Dims it nicely.
All right, so a nice bunt to move over to run to the third.
See many of those. And that to me, Gary, you've got two solid pitchers out there, and particularly Scherzer, you've got to take any round of runs you can get off of him. And this is the right move now. Sacrifice fly gives you a 3-run lead. And that's probably why the infield in they will.
Interesting. You guys can hear the call, right, guys?
Infield comes in for Abrams. He was hit by a pitch his first time up. Abrams wants one down the right field line. That's in the hook. For Trent Grisham, that's his 7th sacrifice bunt for the year. Well, he's hitting the bunt and chain. Yeah. So it's in Hawaii. So I think that you're right. I think that's exactly what Doc Elwin has in mind. That a minimus of runs could win this game.
Ground ball holds the runner, 2 outs. Okay. Yeah, exactly. And nobody wanted. Everybody was like, "Oh, we can't trade Dominic Smith for Hosmer." And I know we would have had Paddock, who's obviously not out for the year, but you would have had a relief pitcher who was pretty decent, and Hosmer, and Paddock coming back next year for a couple more years for Dominic Smith. And nobody wanted to do that trade. Kind of funny now, don't you think?
Scherzer made the play on it, but Alonso dropped it through at first. Despite the error, Profar got credit for a sacrifice. Nola at third and 2 out. The first pitch curveball fans in for a strike. Number 1. Here's that curveball on the outside corner. Slow curve. It's not a good pitch to hit for a left-hander, especially with a guy like Scherzer. As Ronnie calls it, that first pitch, get me over curveball to get ahead in the count. It's a smart pitch.
He's been getting ahead. 17 of his first 19 batters is for a first pitch strike. Third time around the order now. Fouls one back into 2. Hosmer, a 2-run homer. He got 4 weeks without an extra base hit, but the All-Star break appears to have done him one. Double on home run in his first 2 at bats.
Well, Vogelback's not going to be here until tomorrow. And he struck him out. All right, guys. So not so bad. Could have been a lot worse. Gave up a 2-run homer to Hosmer. Going to the bottom of the foot. 2-0 Padres. Once again, guys, don't forget to please hit on that like button. You know the deal. Get to 100 likes before the 5th inning ends. We got 92 likes right now. I'm pretty sure you guys are going to make it happen. Yeah, no, man, I understand. Usually the Mets offense kind of picks up around the 5th to 6th inning anyway. But could have been a lot worse. Again, he left one bad ball over the plate, and Hosmer crushed it to left center. But I don't know, Med, about the 2015 Royals, but nobody liked that deal that the Mets were going to do. The Mets pulled out of it because of the backlash, because of the Met fans getting pissed off. Like, oh my God, don't trade Dom Smith. And then everybody can't wait to get rid of Dom Smith now. We would have had 3 players for Dominic Smith, who is a worthless player on this Mets team. I'm sorry. And Teddy, that's not true. It's not true at all, Teddy. Vincent, I do think they're going to make a trade for Bell or Mancini, not CJ Cron. Teddy, that is not true. The Nationals want the best offer. You got to remember, guys, Teddy, this is directly to you. The Nationals, the owners of the Nationals are selling the team. They don't care who they're trading it to. If the Mets provide the best offer, they're going to send them to the Mets. It's just that simple. But I don't think the Mets are going to give the best offer out of other teams that are available, that are rumored to be trying to get Juan Soto. Yeah, all the people now that wanted to trade for want to trade Dominic Smith and can't wait to get rid of him were the same people that didn't want to trade him when the Mets had a deal in place for Hosmer, Paddock, and that relief pitcher. Now they can't wait to get rid of him for nothing. All right, bottom of the fourth, 2-0 Padres. Marte leading off. See if the Mets can score some runs against Darvish here. RJ, thank you for the super chat, buddy. I appreciate it. I did hear about the possibility of Ohtani getting traded. And it's kind of funny because he's going to require a big package as well to get as well, prospect-wise.
Shocking, but it tells you how good Darvish is.
All right, 1-2 count. What's funny, he has 37 pitches in starting the fourth inning. So a very good pitch count for Darvish. Mets got to work the count a little bit better here. I don't know why anybody loves Dom. The only reason why people love Dom is because he's a nice guy. That's it. Other than that, he's a terrible player. Good defensively, but terrible with the bat. Marte fouling off, working the count.
Straight years of having 275 right. Nobody else in baseball has more than 5 straight years.
Come on, start it off. Let's go.
Shows you how consistent he has been over the course of his career. First with the Pirates, then going to Miami, Oakland, and now with the Mets.
And he strikes out. One out.
That's 3 consecutive strikeouts.
Once again, guys, I had a little problem with my camera. Unfortunately, my camera is not working perfectly right now, but I am definitely have the volume of the TV of the call and my reactions with my voice. Unfortunately. Let's see if Lindor can do anything here.
Gave up 3 runs and struck out 9. He's given up nothing tonight. He retired 9 in a row. Lindor struck out his first time up.
Once again, guys, just let me know if you can hear the TV call clearly. I just want to make sure.
Again, splitter, not first pitch fastball, and he's been getting it over.
He doesn't throw his fastball very often. There's the prayer ball.
He's got a little bit of that when he lifts his leg, he kind of hesitates. Kind of just like stands like a statue, and kind of for a split second holds, and then goes home. It's like in suspended animation.
He gets Lindor looking at a fastball. That's 4 strikeouts in a row for Darvish.
To set up Francisco there. Splitter, first pitch, a slider, excuse me, first strike, curveball, and then a fastball second one.
Fun facts. They have no Japanese pitches and more strikeouts than these ones.
mentioned the hesitation and the motion. It's like almost every pitcher that comes to Japan has some kind of delay in their motion.
All right, guys.
Japanese pitchers think about Clayton Kershaw and the way he
Kind of sucks.
bounces his foot before he comes home. Nomo had an unusual delivery. He lots of fly outs right his first time.
Let's go, Pete.
He gets first slider off the plate. He stopped with his left leg. He lifts it higher and then goes home. So interesting. Anything to disrupt the hitter's time.
Ay.
As a hitter, Gary, you focus on the point of release, the ball out of the hand.
Very annoying, guys.
You might get thrown off the first time you face Darvish, but you would get used to it. And you would be expecting that in anticipation of it. And you would make the proper adjustment. That is stuck is what gets you out, which is outstanding. So,
all right, ball.
I know it does it occasionally, like Marcus Stroman or Ernesto Cortez. Is it more disruptive to your time? I don't think so. I think with those guys, you've got to be ready for the quick pitch. The Stroman, the quick pitch. Or you can hang that leg forever. Tight, trying to keep that ball in the hands.
Yeah, that's the way I feel when I watch the Mets game.
Very carefully, as he should. First 3-ball count tonight for Darvish. Isn't that good? The Phillies are getting pounded by the Cubs tonight, 7-1 in the fifth.
Yeah, sorry, the internet went out for a second, so I had to change it over to another hotspot real quick. Come on, Pete. And he misses a pitch right down the middle. Jesus.
It's 14-1. Red Sox go. Blue Jays 14-1 in the fourth. Blue Jays had an inside the park grand slam in that game. Wow. 3-2 to Alonso with 2 out.
Come on, Pete.
And he gets another break.
Ground ball and base it up the middle. 2-out hit. All right, there we go.
3-1 slider, a 3-2 slider. Pete snaps the string of 10 in a row returned by Darvish. It was a bit of a hanger. I think if Pete would have been ahead, something he could have thrown. But with 2 strikes, you got a battle.
All right, Jeff, come on.
But Pete, this is something the Mets have done all season. Very tenacious at bats. Like it's Jeff McNeil who played at the time. McNeil, without fly to left his first time up. And with that, his batting average fell below 300 for the first time since April.
Come on, Jeff, let's go. You do. Ah, he missed it. God damn it. All right, guys, we're going to the top of the fifth. Mets are losing 2-0. Mets not getting a lot of hits here, and they're struggling. You know, Yu Darvish is a breaking ball off-speed type of pitcher. Mets have got to be more selective with what they want to hit. Not a lot of fastballs are thrown by Yu Darvish. So, again, Scherzer's got to keep it to 2 runs here. Somehow, some way, the Mets got to find a way to get Darvish because his pitch count is very low. He's going to pitch very deep into this game for sure. It is a hard task for sure. But you know what? Mets shocked us before, right, guys? Once again, guys, you're just tuning in. Welcome to Talking Mets with Rob. Mets versus Padres live stream right here on the channel. Unfortunately, Eric Hosmer hit a 2-run homer to left center field to give the Padres a 2-0 lead going to the top of the 5th. Edgardo, we have too many contact hitters. The problem is when you got a couple of guys struggling to hit, you're not going to get base runners. And when you don't got the threat of a lot of power bats in your lineup, at least 2 of them, there's no threat of a possible 2-run homer or even a solo home run to get back in this ball game. There's not a lot of that. That's the problem the Mets are having. So that's the issue that I have with this lineup the entire year, because when they do not get multiple hits together, they don't score runs. And over the last 2 weeks, the way they've been scoring runs was actually they were hitting some home runs, which was a big shock. You know, they were hitting a decent amount of home runs per game, which was giving them the runs. You know, it's obvious a home run puts you on the board right away. You don't got to get 4 or 5 hits to get it going, to get a couple of runs here. So, top of the 5th, Cronenworth is leading off. Scherzer on the mound, 2-0 Padres.
Making the All-Star team last weekend. His dad works in the automotive industry, and he was in Germany all week for work. And when Jake found out he was a late addition to the All-Star team, he immediately called his dad and said, "Get on the first flight that you can to come to LA." But the call didn't make it through because his dad was already on a flight back home to Detroit. And when he landed, his dad got a text from Jake's agent saying, "This is so awesome." And his dad, of course, had no idea what his agent was talking about. So he called Jake when he landed, and Jake said, "I'm in the All-Star game." Immediately get on another flight to Los Angeles. So the morning of the game,
Teddy, that's not true.
the red carpet. Finally, his dad,
Alonso,
smiles all over.
McNeil,
Definitely a close call.
Nimmo,
Very important day.
DeGrom, Peterson, McGill. That is the core that already came up over the last couple of years. So anybody who's talking about the farm system hasn't been good, yet we've been bringing up players from the farm that's been a big part of this team the last couple of years, and Alonso, McNeil, Conforto, if you really want to talk about him. Syndergaard, who's not longer on his team. You still got Jacob deGrom. You got Peterson. You got McGill. You got Nimmo. I mean, there's the core you can work around. So, Teddy, that's false. I hate when people bring that up.
Top down in front of the plate. Scherzer's got it.
And there's a pretty good chance that the team that trades for Soto is going to sign him.
Here's the one ahead. You're home for the Mets on the radios, WCBS News Radio 880 and anywhere on the Odyssey app. Picks 11 tomorrow night, ESPN Sunday, day off Monday, Yankees Tuesday, Wednesday, day off again. The Mets go to Miami,
1 out.
Washington. 69 games remaining, 38 at home, 31.
No, Syndergaard isn't Thor anymore, but he was a big piece. You know, before he got hurt, so that was a problem. He's still a pretty decent pitcher. And, you know, I hate when people say, oh, the Mets didn't have a farm system yet. Alonso came up. McNeil came up. Nimmo. That's 3 guys that's come up in this system. That's a big part of this offense, of this lineup. And you bring in Jacob deGrom. Bring up Peterson, who deGrom is one of the best pitchers in baseball. Yes, he's been injured a lot lately, but he's won 2 Cy Youngs, 2 outs already, guys. So good start for Scherzer in the 5th. That's what I'm trying to say. So stop talking about these prospects that everybody keeps on talking about who might not even be that good, and we don't know. And you can't tell me they're going to be good because you have no idea. And you get assets to make a trade for a guy like Soto to be available. Absolutely, Ken, because Soto can help us now and in the future. And there's no guarantee that Alvarez or Beatty are going to be better than Soto or even good all around. Mauricio is useless in our system. Vientos is like, all right, he's all right. Probably wouldn't even crack top 10 in most farm systems. And Alex Ramirez is at least 2 years away. And you already got Parada, got Jet Williams, who is already being your top 10 in your system. I would do that. No, you didn't have. But that's what I'm trying to say. You just proved my point, Ken. 0-2 count. And he strikes him out. Now, that was a solid inning from Scherzer, going to the bottom of the fifth, 2-0 Padres. You just made my point, Ken. Nobody even heard much about, all right, Alonso was a decent prospect, but he wasn't even a really, really big prospect until he started to move up a little further into the Mets system. The same thing with Nimmo. So there's a pretty good chance that our 15th, 16th, 17th prospect are going to be better than our top 5 prospect. We don't know. So that just shows you right there. DeGrom wasn't a top prospect. Alonso was a pretty decent prospect, but wasn't really top of the line prospect. McNeil wasn't a top prospect. So it was the lower level of our prospect list that are in the major leagues right now, not our top prospects. Fulmer didn't even turn into a top starter. He's a reliever now. I'm so sick of people keep on talking about prospects, but yet you want to win, but yet you don't want to do everything you can to win. I'm sorry. I don't agree with you there, Ken. It's stupid to keep prospects when Alvarez can come up and can be a great hitter, but his defense might not be that good. And then what? No, look, would it be ideal to keep top prospects? Yeah, of course. But that's why you draft every year and you draft well. And you never know. Like, you can't tell me that Alvarez is going to be a great player. Is he going to be better than Soto? Probably not. Is he going to be better than Alonso? Or just as good as Alonso? There's no guarantee. But when, we're the same fans that when the Wilpons owned this team, they were always mad they didn't make that big trade for somebody. And they never made that trade. Yet the prospects are who? McNeil, Nimmo, Alonso. None of them were very big prospects until they got higher up in the Mets system. All right, so we're going to the bottom of the fifth. 2-0 Padres. Escobar leading off. And I think people forget Soto's 23 years old. You have a young Alonso, in his prime. You're gonna sign Nimmo, like, it's crazy. And yet the Kelenic trade, which is looking better and better for the Mets right now because Diaz is one of the best closers in the league. There's no guarantee that Kelnic's going to be any good in the league either. And he was our number 1 prospect. So. Yeah, Ken, that's fine. But there's also no guarantee that Alvarez and first base and catches is a whole nother ball game. There's no guarantee that Alvarez is going to be any good at catcher. He's got a good arm. That's basically about it. Yeah, there is a guarantee Soto's going to be good for the next 10 years. He's already shown it for 4 years already in the majors. I don't think he's going to be a dog. But can you be the first one cheering him on when he's a Met and he's doing well? I'm sorry. Soto is a known great player. Beatty, we don't know. Alvarez, we don't know. Mauricio, there's nowhere to play him on this team. Alex Ramirez is at least 2 years away. We don't know about him. Vientos is going to be a player with no position and a platoon player at best. And we're trying to get him. Keep him around for what? Escobar just struck out. Exactly. Nobody was mad that the Mets traded Pete Crow Armstrong for Baez, and he was a rental, and the Mets didn't sign him. So, and exactly, Soto won a World Series. He was great in the playoffs in 2019, and we don't want him. I'm sorry. It's crazy to me. Like, you guys don't want to win a World Series. That's what I think. I think you guys want to be miserable. I'm sorry. It's just that simple. Yeah, but Ken, you don't want to give up the farm. Fine. But two of those 4 prospects in Ramirez and Mauricio Ramirez, there's no guarantee he's going to be good. You got 2 years away from him if he goes through the Mets system. No guarantee he's going to be good. Mauricio is worthless. Crow, for one player, quite different. Yeah, but it was biased. He was a rental. And he was your fifth-ranked prospect. It made no sense to do that trade. The Mets weren't going nowhere next year, and we all knew it. I'm sorry. I didn't like that trade. It made no sense. You know, you're getting Soto. Yes, you're giving up the farm, but you still got Alonso. You're going to sign Nimmo. You still got multiple guys on this team that's going to be here. And you got all the money in the world for Cohen to do what he needs to do to make the team good every year. Again, in a perfect world, I don't want to give up Alvarez and Beatty. But when you get Parada, who is, from what everybody's saying, is a better catcher already than Alvarez, and everybody thinks his bat is going to be really good. I'm sorry. If your team is really good and really has a chance to win a World Series with a move like Soto, you make that trade. Gleyber Torres was traded for Chapman because the Cubs needed a reliever, a closer, a number one prospect. You think the Cubs will give back the 2016 World Series? I don't think so. I'm sorry. No team will give back a World Series. And that is nice play. 2 outs. Yes, they have an older team, but they also have a 2 to 3 year window to win a World Series. I'd rather try to win a World Series and take my chances than not take my chances and have a player like Josh Bell or Trey Mancini who might be good, but there's no guarantee that they're going to make us, there's no guarantee that they're going to make us better than the Dodgers or the Yankees or a team that we might have to face in the playoffs. I'm sorry. All right, Blankenhorn is up.
This is only the third game that Travis Blankenhorn has ever started in the Major Leagues. He started one for the Twins in 2020, one for the Mets last year, and I'm getting him started DH tonight.
Look, Ken, I love you, but honestly, you're one of those Met fans that like to lose. You don't really want to win. You want to have that aspiration of winning and that love of winning, but you really don't want to win if you don't want to make a move like that. I'm sorry. How do you not want a 23-year-old who is already known and be a really good player? Yeah, Vogelback is, it's an okay trade. I just don't like giving up that reliever that was actually good. I'm sorry, Ken. I don't agree with you at all with that. Yeah, he strikes out a lot. Again, if it was for like a lower level prospect instead of Holderman, who was actually good in our bullpen, I would have been more happy about it. But but Ken, again, it's not one player. You're getting Soto, who is going to be added with Lindor and with Alonso and with Marte and with Nimmo. It's not just one player. But if you think Trey Mancini or Josh Bell with Alonso and Lindor is going to be a lot better than Soto in that lineup, that's crazy. Yeah, but we always knew what the problem was with the Angels. It wasn't their offense. It was their pitching. That was Artie Moreno's problem.
Oh, he's going to get a nasty text from his brother. Austin Nola's brother, of course, is Aaron. Right.
And look what the Dodgers have done. The Dodgers traded many prospects in their system, top prospects, to get Mookie Betts, to make big trades, to made that trade to the Nationals for Trey Turner. But yet, they find a way to rebuild their farm system by drafting. That's what the Mets need to do. again, don't look at the Angels. Look at the Dodgers. That's what the Mets need to look at, not the Angels. The Angels can't get any pitching. That's their problem. Never their offense. Strike 3. Well, Darvish is mowing us down like we're nothing. Going to the top of the 6th, 2-0 Padres. Yes, Soto is. But Soto was basically the only guy on that team on the Nationals that basically did everything in that World Series for the Nationals. And he basically was his own team in that World Series. He did everything. The Angels always had bad pitching. That was the problem with the Angels. Never was their offense. And it's not like the Angels didn't try to put pieces around Mike Trout. They signed Rentone. They traded for Pujols. They signed Pujols. They got Ohtani. They tried. They always had problems with pitching. That was their problem. They always made that trade that they needed to make them better. It was their pitching that was the problem. No, but Soto found a way to basically do it by himself with the Nationals. Who did the Nationals have on their team besides Trey Turner? And that was basically it. Zimmerman was on his way out, basically. He was old as hell. And I'm sorry. When you can get Soto and you put him around Alonso, Nimmo, Marte, McNeil, that's a hell of a lot better than Trey Mancini and Josh Bell. I'm sorry. And even with Trey Mancini and Josh Bell, why do you think they're going to be good in New York? Why do you think they're just going to be good? You know, the Angels, no, Ken, you're missing my point. That's the problem. You're not paying attention. That's the problem that I have. And I'm sick and tired of people that don't want to win. Ken, you don't want to win. If Trey Mancini, if you think he's going to put us over the top, you're smoking the biggest blunt you're ever going to have. Because there is no way Trey Mancini is the answer to this entire lineup. He's not. He's good. He might help us. Because if that's the case, let the Mets make no moves for bats and just get bullpen arms and see what happens. So we're going to the top of the 6th. Max Scherzer's on the mound still, 80 pitches, 2-0 Padres.
First baseman Daniel Vogelbach from the Pirates in exchange for reliever Colin Holderman, who avoid leading off the 6th against Scherzer. Billy Epler talked to reporters.
Every time, Graham, I noticed that.
Points that he made in terms of trading Holderman. He said it's the guy the Pirates wanted. I tried different ways to make the deal. But
well, Steve, that's kind of crazy. I mean, there's no guarantee at any trade you make.
As we move toward the trading deadline, it's quite close by.
So who do you want, Ken? That's what I'm saying. Like, you don't want Soto because you have to give up the farm. So who do you want? That's what I'm curious about. Like, what do you want to help this team win a World Series in this year or the next 2 years? That's what I'm curious about. Because I know you're knowledgeable. You know your shit. I know that. Just because we don't agree doesn't mean we don't know what we're talking about back and forth. Freaking Luke Voigt got 2 hits. What the hell? Well, if you want to keep Dom and Nimmo, then Anito, then I don't know what you want to talk.
They're looking to improve for the big push. And I just was a little surprised. I like Holden.
Well, I don't agree with that. We just don't have to win it this year, but we should get better. No, I think Ken knows what he's talking about. But he's one of those Met fans, along with a lot of others, that will say, oh, don't trade the farm system. Don't trade the farm system. But you see the Dodgers trade top 10 prospects all the time, but yet they still have one of the top 15 farm systems in the league every year because they draft well. I know, Ken. I know. You know, it's stupid not to try to win. And that should be a double play. And it is. All right. Yes, but the Mets have to get to that. And the way to get to that is to get a guy like Juan Soto. Like, Juan Soto to the Mets is what Mookie Betts was to the Dodgers. That's what it is. They traded many prospects, great prospects, top 10, 3 or 4 top 10 prospects for Mookie Betts. Mookie Betts trade to the Dodgers is like Juan Soto to the Mets. You can in 2 years, you can get your farm system back by drafting well. And it's not like the Dodgers were drafted in the top 10 the last 5 years. They weren't. They were drafting in the top 20s, the mid-20s every year. But yeah, Ken, that's my point. The Dodgers were making the playoffs every year, having top 20 picks, yet they were making good draft picks. The problem with the Mets all these years ago, they weren't making good draft picks. And that hurt them. Now they got the money and they got a really good draft class this year. They're going to draft well over the next couple of years, which is going to help their farm system when you can make a trade like this right now. That's what I'm saying. Foul ball. Yeah, but how did the Dodgers get to be a complete team? Right? They signed the right players. They traded for superstar type players like Mookie Betts. Traded for Trey Turner when they already had a shortstop in Corey Seager, but they traded for Trey Turner anyway for multiple prospects. Uh-oh. Foul ball. Woo. If the Mets draft well in the next 2 to 3 years, they're going to have a good farm system, even if they make that trade with Soto. If they trade their 4 top prospects in 2 years, you draft well, you'll have a nice farm system. And that's the problem, Ken. It was the Wilpons. This is where we agree. That was the problem. They drafted crappy. They made stupid sign-ins. And they never really developed very good position players. They developed good pitching, but they never had that position player or 2 or 3 that they developed and brought up that became stars or at least really good players. That happened over the last couple of years, and they struck him out. All right, going to the bottom of the 6th. The Mets need some damn offense. God damn it. And listen, Ken, I'm all for developing a farm system and building a farm system, but Soto availability doesn't come around very often, especially nowadays when the teams seeing young superstars are signing them very early. And if you don't develop your own players, and the Mets haven't shown any real necessity, except recently, in developing their players, now that they are. And the good part about developing players is that if they become assets to other teams and they like them, my biggest thing is in next year, if Alvarez comes up and struggles and he's not a very good catcher, there's no guarantee he's going to be good. I think Beatty is going to be our best prospect. Honest to God. I think he's going to be way better than Alvarez. They become trade chips. And when you can trade them for Soto and put him in this lineup with Lindor, who you got 10 more years of. Alonso, you're going to give a big contract to. With Nimmo, I have a really good feeling that you're going to probably sign Nimmo. You got McNeil for a couple more years. You got that core ready to put around Soto. You make that. I'm not down on Alvarez. I just don't think that you don't not trade Alvarez for Soto. It's kind of like I said, in a perfect world, I don't want to. But I want Soto. It's just that simple. He gives us the best chance to win now and over the next 2 years when we still have him, and a pretty good chance that Steve Cohen's going to sign him for a long-term extension. Yeah, I love Alvarez, but Soto wasn't available last week. He only came available during the All-Star break. That's why. All right, guys, so we're going to the bottom of the 6th. Mets trail 2-0. Let's see if Ken can come to the plate and provide some offense. That'd be nice. Huh. All right, Patrick Mazeika is in the game. I'm assuming Nito's wrist swelled up, so he's out of the game.
Well, guys, I noticed something interesting last inning. If you remember, Nito got hit by a pitch when he and Scherzer got crossed up earlier in the game, and it looked like they were going to lift Nito and put Mazeika in. I heard Glenn Sherlock say you're in the hole to Mazeika, but then Buck went over and talked to Nito, and it seemed like he talked his way to staying in last inning, but now on the sitting.
All right, one out.
So I'm assuming it's out of abundance of caution, but I'll get it.
So Nito came out of the game because he got crossed up earlier in the game by Scherzer, fastball, and hit him right in the wrist. So it probably swelled up. For an abundance of caution, they took him out of the game. I'm not bashing the shit out of the kid. I just don't think you risk a possible really good player to maybe great player and keep him for the possibility of him being really good for a guy you know who's really good and could be a possible great player and probably already is. That's all I'm saying, Ken. Come on, Brandon. Come on.
15 first pitch strikes. It's been almost all secondary stuff. Very few first pitch fastballs. Nemo's fouled down and struck out 0 for 2.
That's a base. Oh, it's going to be an out. Damn it. Hit it hard.
Christian doesn't play as deep as a lot of center fielders. And he got a really good first step and made that play look easy. 2 out. A few hard hit balls against Darvish tonight. And Scarlett Marte who had one back in the first inning, base hit to left field. Mets only had 2 hits. They only had 2 hits in 7 scoreless innings against Darvish the first time around back in early June in San Diego. Has now 12 2/3 innings against the Mets this year.
Good point, Alien.
4 hits, no walks.
And we'll talk about that in a second about Mike Piazza.
We told you that he doesn't throw his fastball much. Well, there's your evidence.
No, I think his bat will play in the majors. Alvarez. Catching, I don't know. I honestly don't know. Right now, he's developing. But everybody wants him up next year, and there's a pretty good chance he's gonna be up next year. So I'm torn. Listen, Ken, I'm torn. You know, I'm gonna be a little upset that we would give up 4 top prospects for Soto, but be happy at the same time we got Soto. Like I'm like, like it's tough. It really is a tough situation, and I don't want to be Epler at the moment because that's a tough situation to be in. Like, what do you do? Like, you're gonna have 50% of Met fans pissed off that you got rid of their top 4 prospects, and 50% that's gonna be happy we got Soto. And that's a 2-out hit from Marte. Okay. Oh, Ken, listen, I'm torn. You don't know. I'm like, when I was doing the video about Soto and trade packages, I was cringing at the trade package. I'm like, oh, God damn it. It's frustrating. It really is. But if somehow we get Soto and we happen to win a World Series this year, it would make me feel a lot better that we got him. But 2 years from now, if Alvarez and Beatty turn out really well, but the Mets might be really good as well, it's kind of a lose-lose situation, but still a win-win. Come on, Frankie. Let's get a home run here. Come on.
Swinging protection, but still a good distance away from coming back from the broken wrist he suffered from a motorcycle accident last night. More than they need him.
I truly believe, like deep down, as a diehard Met fan, I truly believe Soto. If we get Soto, I think we can win a World Series this year. But I'm still like, ugh. It's such a tough decision. It really is. So Lindor is 0-2 count now.
When the wrist heals, he's starting to swing the bat.
All right, fouled it off, staying alive.
It's going to be awfully tough when a guy can throw 6 different pitches for strikes. That's the guy who does that, Chris Bassett.
Well, Ryan, unfortunately, if you're going to get Soto, Beatty's going to be in that deal, unfortunately. I would love to keep Beatty. I think he's going to be our best prospect and be good all-around player. But you're going to have to give him up for Soto. That's just obvious. God damn it, Frankie. All right. Going to the top of the 7th. 2-0 Padres. A terrible swing by Lindor. And the Mets' hidden offense has been struggling all night against Darvish. Jesus. All right, guys. So the Mets are looking kind of bad right now. You know, like I said, guys, it's a very, very hard decision. Like it's not an easy decision. Yeah, you know what sucks? I think, he was playing well before the break. And I honestly think, what? I hate the All-Star break when our team's hot because it messes the flow up, honestly. But it's such a tough decision, but like I would be happy in the moment because we got Soto and it can get us that much closer to a World Series because he's that good and could just make this lineup dynamic. Imagine him in the middle of this lineup with Alonso, Lindor, Marte, Nimmo. I mean, that's a crazy 1-5. But man, and you know what? Even more of a reason why I want Soto is what the Mets are dealing with right now. Look how bad this offense looks. They look anemic, as everybody's been saying in the chat. What do you think Soto would – he would just help this lineup a little bit more. It would look so much more of a dangerous – again, not saying Soto would, be hitting Darvish right now, but it would give us a better chance. There's no hope in this lineup sometimes, and it scares the hell out of me. You know what I'm saying? It sucks. And look, in the perfect world, I love to keep our prospects and find a way to get Soto another way with other prospects, but it's not realistic. You're probably going to have to give definitely 3, probably 4 top prospects for Soto. again, it's such a tough decision, but I think it's a decision you have to make because this team is in win now mode. That's the reason why. All right, guys. So top of the 7, 2-0 Padres. Scherzer is out of the game. Joely Rodriguez is in the game for the Mets. So Scherzer pitched 6 innings, 2-run ball. Not bad. Not bad. Only gave up a 2-run homer to Hosmer. He had a decent start, but the Mets just can't score. Let's hope the Mets can hold it to 2 runs and see if the Mets can pull out a win here.
He's the only lefty in the Mets bullpen, but Mets have been facing right-hand dominant teams. But here to face the left-handers Grisham and Abrams. So Max Scherzer threw 93 pitches over 6 innings in his first home start in over 2 months. He allowed 2 runs and 5 hits, 1 walk, 8 strikeouts, a hit batsman, a home run. And the home run is the one that's responsible for the 2 runs. And that one catches the inside corner, 1-2 to Grisham. So Scherzer's earned run average through 12 starts is now 2.28, but he's on the short end of this 2-0 score with Darvish pitching brilliantly on the other side. 1-2 penalty to Grisham.
Oh, where was that pitch?
Slider called the ball. What a boy. James Foley's had a real erratic day behind the dish. Early on, he's calling a lot of pitches off the plate strikes. Lately, he's called a bunch of pitches on the plate balls. Patrick Mazika now doing the catching after pinch hitting for Nito. C.J. Abrams on deck.
Uh-oh. That might be gone. It's gone. Oh, that's not good. And he gave it up against a lefty. God damn it.
That's Grisham's 5th home run against left-handers.
Not good, guys. Not good.
And has not been a very successful year for him, but watch him stay in on this. Oh, it's a fastball or a changeup. Oh, his helmet came off. And he still was able to make focus and make contact. So the helmet size smaller.
Grisham, who sacrificed his last time up, this time swinging the bat and hitting it out of the ballpark. Second home run for the Padres tonight. They are second to last in the National League in home runs. Even though the Mets aren't a big home run hitting team, the Mets have hit 92. The Padres now have 79, but 2 of those have come tonight.
I just think a change up to a left-hand hitter from Joely is a very risky pitch. He's got such a good slider and a hard sinking fastball, and he's really difficult for lefties. And you give a left-hander a chance to get the barrel out with the off-speed pitch. And save that change-up for the right-hander.
Yes, they are 23 games over 500. But, again, you could see the problem with this offense.
Didn't have a Griffin start with the Bash Brothers in Oakland.
You know, those guys were monsters. Yes, they were.
Oh, yes.
Slash down to third.
Should be an out, and it is. No, and they showed a nice stat on SNY. The last 11 games, starters have given up 2 or less runs in 11 games, consecutive games. So that shows you right there. The pitching has been keeping this offense from probably losing a few games that they shouldn't.
They did. 37 innings without scoring a run, but they've exploded for 8 runs in Pittsburgh tonight. They're up 8-1 tonight.
Braves are scoreless.
Facing Tony tonight.
True 5.
By the way, the update from Boston. Toronto 25.
Wow.
Boston 3.
Do you see that Boston Toronto game 25-3 in the bottom of the 5th. 25 runs. Oh my God. They might score 30 runs, maybe more. Oh, Christ. Kenny, I agree 100%. The pitching has been so freaking good. If it wasn't for the pitching, who knows where we'd be. And base hit up in through the hole between short and third.
First hit of this game. Hey, parents or child can join us in the booth to call half an inning of the Mets game on SNY. Just go to SNY.TV/KidCaster and submit your child video entry to enter to win the 2022 SNY KidCaster contest. Joely Rodriguez pitching for the first time in 2 weeks. He's faced 3 batters, giving up 2 hits, including a home run. Now he faces the big hitters, Cronenworth and Machado. Cronenworth went 0 for 3.
I don't know, Ryan. That's a crazy game right now.
Takes a fastball outside.
They're not really giving them the close calls by Rodriguez. Lugo is warming up in the bullpen.
Much as at the start of the season, is to make sure that all the relievers get involved quickly, so that nobody's sitting around too long. But in Joely's case, he was sitting around so long before the All-Star break.
All right, have a good day. I agree, Roberto. I don't think they have enough offense. And I don't think Trey Mancini or Josh Bell is going to put us over the top. They might make us a little bit better, but they're not going to put us over the top. Juan Soto gives us a better chance putting us over the top than them other two. But it will hurt with the prospects. It will, definitely. Well, we're not shocked about the Yankees. They always beat up on the bad teams.
Steps in from shortstop to yell some words of encouragement at Rodriguez.
He's definitely got a tight strike zone. It's interesting. In the beginning of the game, the first couple innings, he had a big strike zone. So he's become a miser.
Strike. Strike zone only matters according to Hoy. Ebenezer. Profar at first, 4 steals on the year. And that's too low, ball 4 in front of Cronenworth is on. A very unhappy Joely Rodriguez is going to have to see the ball now to Seth Lugo. With Machado coming up.
Well, Seth Lugo is coming into the game, guys.
So Rodriguez faces 4 batters, retires only 1, and he'll take his exit. Lugo will come in.
All right, Lugo's coming in. Tough outing for Rodriguez. He's been pretty good, but honestly, I don't think Buck Showalter uses Joely Rodriguez enough. And, you know, this guy probably hasn't pitched in like 15 days. So he's usually pretty good. He's been one of our better pitchers, but not tonight. And Lugo's coming in. So first and second, nobody out for the Padres. Mets losing 3-0 in the top of the 7th. Not good. Yeah, I had a timeout RG there because he was getting a little, racist. I can deal with some crap, but not that. It's a little too problem. Yeah, exactly. And Roberto, like me and Ken, look, we had a disagreement, me and Ken, about prospects and all that. And I think me and Ken kind of weren't understanding each other, but we're kind of right in our own right, basically, because like I think he thought that it would. I don't think I care about the prospects, or it wouldn't hurt. Of course it would. But like in 3 years, the Dodgers traded 8 top prospects in their top 10 for Mookie Betts and Trey Turner. And I think it was 7 top prospects in total, 7 or 8 top prospects for Trey Turner and Mookie Betts over the last 2 to 3 years. And with that said, they still have one of the better farm systems because why? They draft well. And they've been picking over the last 5 to 6 years, 7 years in the top 20s. But their drafting has been so good that they were able to replenish their farm system rather quickly over the last couple of years because they draft well. So Lugo's up with 1 out. First and second, 1 out. Machado's up. Lugo on the mound. 3-0 Padres.
3 with a couple of pop-ups and strikeout. Lugo retired the only batter he faced in Chicago on Sunday, trying to get his season pointed in the right direction. And he misses away with a fastball to Machado, and it's 2-0. I think on that last walk, Joe Ellie got a little frustrated with the tight strike zone from James Hoy. I mean, he could have been out of the inning. Well, not out of it, because he struck out the guy that pitched before the home run.
Come on, Seth. Dorman? I don't know.
Shot of 1 for 4 in his career against Lugo. So Profar at second, Cronenworth at first with 1 out.
Nice pitch.
This it's 2-2. Well, he did not pick that ball off out of the tan. He was way out in front of this curveball. Slider, whatever you want. More of a slider there. Look at Lugo's curveball. It has not been swung at much this year. Taking it because Seth's had trouble throwing it. Right.
Yeah, it's a tough watch today, guys.
2-2 coming. And the curveball called foul. It's clear. Oh, very casual. He's up. He's got a little bit of a flat number. And Machado pops one up. Zika trying
Come on, Patrick, get it. Oh, he dropped it. Oh, my God. Oh, you're old. Driving me crazy today. Alonso dropping a ball that should have been an out. Maziko couldn't find it. Got to it, but weren't able to catch it. A couple of plays that wasn't very pleasant. Should have been easy outs. That would have been the second out right there. Hopefully it doesn't burn us. We've won 25 series out of 31. So that was pretty good.
Seventh pitch coming from Lugo. Fastball at 96. National League All-Stars. Reliving their time together in LA. What do you think about the uniforms? The different uniforms all the same. You know, I didn't like them. They were better than some that we've seen in recent years. Right. But I still would prefer that the players wear their team uniform. I would too. Machado got a piece of that fastball. Nice tough at bat here. Machado battling. To me, one of the things that made the All-Star game so special was the introduction of the players wearing all their different colors. And the fact that they were all wearing the same colors.
Inferno, what's up? How you doing? Thank you for tuning in.
I just didn't feel the same. I agree.
The Mets have been having no problems winning series. They have been problems sweeping. But again, you win a hell of a lot of series, you're on the verge of winning 98 to 105 games by just winning a tremendous amount of series. So you don't always have to sweep.
I like microphones. You did? Pictures.
All right, no, man. Have a good day.
I thought maybe they used them too much, but the Alec Manoa sound was great. Esther Cortez and Jose Trevino sound, that was great too. I was true to my old form, Jared. Inside ball 4, so.
All right, bases loaded. He walked Machado.
And that loads up the bases.
Yeah, it's kind of embarrassing. The Red Sox are losing 25-3 in the bottom of the 5th. Like, how is that even possible? Yeah, Lugo's done. It's so sad. He was so good for us for so many years. Yeah, I saw that Tapia. Actually, saw the highlight on Twitter of Tapia hitting the inside of park grand slam.
I can see as far left as Piazza, 31. But if you bend down, you mean like this? Yeah, like that. Oh, there it is. Oh boy, it's so funny. It is just peeking. Yes, there. One of them bizarre, and he pulls one on the ground.
Oh, come on, Pete. What are you doing? Wow. What the hell just happened?
Alonso made a terrific throw home, but Mazika's throw hit the runner, Azar in the back. The Mets are going to argue that he was out of the lane. That should be called out.
All right, so it might be a double player. You got him at home.
But Cronenworth was able to come home. No, he's not.
So the run's going to score. The second run's going to score. The last runner is going to score, but they did get the runner out, the force out at home. Was a nice play by Alonso, but not a great throw by Mazika to first base for a double play. It would have been a double play. That was a bad throw by Mazika. So great play by. Almost, but 4-0 Padres.
All right, here comes the play. Now he's in foul territory. Okay, this is the end of the play. But Mazika's in foul territory when he had to make the throw first. And you side over the other side, foul territory side of the bag. So you don't have to throw across into the runner coming in play.
So 2 runs home in the inning. Now Luke Voigt with 2 out and 2 on. Swings over a curveball. Here's the throw.
He's in foul territory. See where Pete is? Fair territory. If Pete's over the opposite side of the bag, it's a straight line. That runner never comes into play. But he made a terrific play on the ground ball.
All right, should be out of the inning. All right, going to the bottom of the 4th, 4-0 Padres, guys. So once again, guys, my camera is not working. It went out on me for a second. I don't know what happened. It might have been just a wire issue, but we'll figure that out for the next live stream. But Mets are losing 4-0. I'll be with you to the game just with the voice and the sound. But hopefully the Mets can figure it out and find a way to get back in this ball game somehow. Yeah, I mean, that's the way Met fans feel right now. That my logo right there with the angry baseball look. Yeah, that mistake. No, Pete made a nice play. He threw it home. He knew he had enough time to make that double play. Mazika made a bad throw. If he would have thrown it on the inside of first, it would have been a double play, and the Mets would have only been down by 3. But that was a bad throw by Mazika. But Mazika had a forced, throw a quick throw. He just didn't do it right. That was just a bad throw. But what can he do? 4-0 Padres. The Mets got 3 more at-bats. 3 more chances to tie this ball game or go ahead. We shall see. So let's go, Mets guys. Come on, rally caps. Let's get it going. Come on. This team surprised us before. They can do it again. Let's get it done, guys. Let's do it. Oh boy. It would be nice just to start with one run and see what happens. If Mazika would have thrown it a little bit left of the bag, it would have been a double play. God damn it. Nice try. Should have been better. Here we go, guys. Bottom of the 7th. Pete Alonso leading off. 4-0 Padres.
Territory, it's a much easier play for Mazika. Flames gets the curveball over to Alonso. Let me ask you this, though. If you're Mazika and you catch that throw and you don't see Pete giving you the target on the foul side, you better off just holding the ball. No, we're trying to force it. They had that play there. He just didn't make the
Go on, Pete.
throw. I know it's a tough play, but he had room to 5 feet to the left. Just didn't make. He didn't execute the throw.
That's a good point, Grant. He could have just held the ball.
Tough air from Mazika. Tough air.
Now Darvish with a 4-run lead. Relatively low pitch count. 2 curveballs and brought Alonso to start him off. He's got one of the Mets' 3 hits, a single to center in the 4th. McNeil and Escobar to follow as the Mets trying to figure out some way to score against Darvish, who's now thrown 13 scoreless innings against the Mets this year. And another curveball.
All right.
So 3 in a row. Trevor Williams up in the Mets bullpen. Both the runs in the top of the inning charge to Joely Rodriguez, one of the 2 unearned.
Come on, Pete. Let's go. Start it off.
After a call that he didn't get, and then the inning proceeded from there.
Pete missed it. God damn it. Another hanger he missed.
They're hanging right there for Pete.
Darvish for the season threw his fastball in 30. He had the 33.
God damn it. He had a couple of hangers in this game he could have crushed.
So far less than that tonight. So 1 out. Here's Jeff McNeil, who's 0 for 2.
Come on, Jeff.
Look at Jeff's bat.
Yeah, the offense is not good today.
Bat, long bat, and length.
Yeah, he hasn't been good in July for sure, Ken.
4 inches.
Zika and Luga talking things over. With Nito coming out of the game and Zika taking his place, so have to think about backup with McCann on the injured list. And tonight in AAA, Nick Dini, who we saw in spring training, came out of the game in the middle. So that's obviously we're making plans just in case Nito is forced to the sidelines for a while.
All right, 3-0 to Jeff.
Everybody was saying, well, why don't they pick up Francisco Alvarez if they haven't? The answer is that they do not feel as though it's the right thing to do to take a 20-year-old prospect catcher and put him in the position of having to catch a major league pitching staff before he's ready.
Ball 4. All right. 1 out walk. Come on.
This is an inning right here where you can't have a letdown. Pitcher, give you that 4-run lead. You got 2 runs in. You've got to go out there. Don't even let the opponent think they can come back. You got to run a goose egg up there. The able of the pitching coach on the phone will get somebody out of the.
Come on, Eddie. How about a bomb here? Ah, missed it.
Rounded out, struck out over 2. McNeil was first with 1 out. UMA waiting on deck. Escobar lines one right
Ah, hit it hard right at second baseman. God damn it.
McNeil. So 2 out in the inning.
That sucks.
San Diego bullpen. Wasn't it Hill that gave up the triple to Escobar? Yes. For the cycle, yeah. Yorme was robbed and hit by Cronenworth his last time up. And slices one foul. I see we're still scoreless. It was 6. Like the update from Boston? Yeah. Toronto 27.
Toronto got 27 runs. Well, Eduardo, I wouldn't say we're acting dramatic. It just sucks because we can't score right now. It's very annoying.
That matches the most runs the Red Sox have ever allowed in their very long history, and only the 6th inning. The Braves have just 20 hit against Shohei Ohtani as they battle the 6th.
Oh! Yeah! That's a run. Go! Come on, Jeff, run! Yeah, all right, we got the run. Luis Guillorme, baby. Here we go. Yeah, let's go. Rally time. Woo!
A little too much play down. Louis has been going the other way. He pulls this one. It's 380 in that gap. And 2 outs. McNeil's going to be on his horse. Fortunately, that ball did not bounce over the fence. And McNeil to score from first.
That's a good start, guys. That's a good start.
There's the contact.
A couple of more feet, that would have been a home run. But we got another man in scoring position. All right, so the pitching coach is on the mound talking to Darvish. 94 pitches for Darvish in 2 outs in the 7th. So maybe he is tiring just a little bit. Maybe we can get this lead cut in half and still got 2 innings to catch up in this game and possibly win it. Come on, guys, let's go. Get that rally cap going. Travis Blankenhorn is going to hit a bomb right here. Come on, Travis. Let's go.
So, take it back here.
Come on, guys. Let's go. Come on, Travis. See what you can do. I'll take a base hit. Woo. It's got that swing, man.
For a little something out extra here to get the final out. Mets need a big blow. Well, if he doesn't get Blankenhorn, they'll probably bring him a lefty to face Masiga. Blankenhorn takes a changeup off the plate. That's 1-1.
The camera kind of went crazy on me, so I had to shut it off. Come on, Travis. Oh, come on, Angel. He didn't go around. Jesus Christ. Did he? Oh, he didn't go.
Just got a piece of that splitter. Stays in the at-bat. Your man second with 2 down. 1-2 coming to Blankenhorn. And he gets one past the mound.
God damn it.
The shortstop Abrams. He throws him out to the...
All right, so we're going to the top of the 8th. Mets got at least 1 run back. Still down by 3. That was a terrible call by Angel Hernandez. He did not go. Ridiculous. All right, so we're going to the top of the 8th. See if the Mets can hold them just to 4 runs, and maybe the Mets can actually. We get the top of the 8th. We get 9-1-2 coming up in the bottom of the 8th. We'll see what happens. You never know in baseball, man. You never know. Not looking good, but we can still figure it out. We did come back against the Phillies, and we come back multiple times this year. I think we can come back in this ball game, but no guarantee. Oh, boy. So how are we looking on the lights? All right, guys, good job. 104. I can take that. We were hovering around 100, 115, so that's a pretty good day. Thinking about, just having 100 likes. We got that. That's important. Yeah, honestly, guys, I don't give up. I'm frustrated. But you know what? It's baseball. One day you're going to be happy, one day you're going to be sad, All right, guys. So top of the 8th. Trevor Williams on the mound for the Mets.
First Major League
Let's see what happens here.
his last time out of Chicago. Well, Trevor has done a fine job. He's been, with the injuries, has been stuck into the rotation. He's kind of the long reliever where he's really thrived this first half of the season, pitched well. Well, Yu Darvish finally gave up a run against the Mets, but leaves this game with a 4-1 lead. 1 run allowed in 14 innings of work. The only walk in the 2 outings was the one that came around to score. So the Padres will be looking for 6 outs from their bullpen.
Come on. Get that offense back up there.
Big hit in this game, a 2-run homer against Scherzer in the 4th inning. Osborne done 4 weeks without an extra base hit, and then he had a double and a home run in his first 2 at-bats. We have an update on Tomas Nido. They're calling it a left-hand contusion for Nido.
All right, left-hand contusion for Nido, so not too bad. And now Angel Hernandez doesn't call the check swing on Hosmer. It's ridiculous. Amazing.
Cuts off the inside corner. It's 1-2.
We all do, Alien. We all do.
1-2 to Hosmer. It's up and away. 2-2. Austin Nola on deck, and then Trent Grisham for the Padres in the eighth. Max Scherzer went 6 innings, allowed 2 runs, 5 hits, 1 walk, 8 strikeouts. Charlie Rodriguez charged with 2 runs, 1 earned in the third inning. Seth Lugo went 2/3, and now Williams in the eighth. Hosmer shoots one foot. Well, here's the first dent in the second half for the Mets here.
That's crazy. Hosmer hasn't had an extra base hit in a month, and he has a double and a home run today. Amazing.
Padres have been in front ever since. The Mets almost traded for. Three and two. We're supposed to get Hosmer and Chris Paddock in that deal. Yes. Fell through.
Go on, Trevor. And he walks him.
Thanks, Gary. I was talking to Trevor Williams about his relationship with his dad, and he said back in October 2015, he was diagnosed with stage 4 double B lymphoma and was given 60 to 90 days to live. He didn't think that he'd make it to his major league debut, but 11 months later, in September of 2016, his dad was there when he made his debut, and 3 months after that, was declared cancer-free. Trevor called it a miracle. And something special about their relationship is that his dad has kept every scorecard of Trevor's game since he was 10 years old. He said even nowadays he'll watch the game, and then the next day we'll rewatch the game to keep score. He has stacks on stacks of scorecards in his office at home. And that's not dedication. I don't know what is.
It's pretty cool. Told the story about Trevor's dad.
Yeah, great. I mean, he called a check swing on Blankenhorn, which wasn't a swing, but didn't call it on Hosmer. Makes no sense. So they pinch ran for Hosmer here. Interesting.
I've met his father down at this stadium earlier in the year. Very nice man.
Hustle Kim is running for Eric Hosmer at first base.
It's funny because Trevor said sometimes he'll try to show his dad how he would keep score in a more diligent way, the way he learned in the minors, just kind of keeping track of pitches. His dad has his own way, his own system of doing it, so he doesn't listen.
Gets the hand back in.
No, Angel Hernandez cost a lot of people games. That's for sure.
Interesting they would take Hosmer out at this point in the game. It shows you that maybe his defense isn't quite as valuable as it was earlier in his career. It's when they McCoy run to first base, put him in the middle infield spot. Tom will never take Hosmer out. Right.
It seems like it can.
Austin Nola has walked, doubled, and struck out 1 for 2 tonight. And then hits the inside corner. It's 2-2.
Like the game in Atlanta here.
Come on, Trevor.
No score in the 7th.
And Tommy's got a 1 hitter through 6 innings. Morton had given up 2 hits through 6.
Strike 3. Nice pitch.
It's first out for Trevor Williams. Coming up later tonight on Geico Sports Night, while the Mets acquiring Daniel Vogelbach. How Soto gets traded. Who can offer enough to make it worth the Nats' while to trade one of the best players in baseball?
What a rental.
It's a lot of rent.
How would be a rental? Right.
This year and 2 more, but you have to. Well, I mean, you would have to sign him,
Right.
but obviously you get more value if you do. But even if you just get 2.5 years out of him,
It's pretty good haul. And so it would take that much more talent to go the other way than it would be for guys just coming over for 2 months. And general managers got to be thinking that a team that is on pace.
Oh, what a play! Should be a double play, and it is. Nice play by Guillorme. All right, guys, going to the bottom of the 8th. See if the Mets can come back and try to win it, get closer to this lead, and break it up, and try to catch the damn Padres. Let's make it happen, guys. Well, let's make it happen, guys. I think we can at least try to come back. Yeah, no, it's kind of cool. Keeps everybody updated on the lineup, the pitch and matchup that was earlier today. But we got to get this. We got to get these runs in, guys. Let's make it happen. I think we're gonna make it close. I don't know if we're gonna win, but I think we're gonna get closer. Got to get those runs back 100%. I think we're going to get close. All right, guys, waiting for the bottom of the 8th to start. Hopefully the Mets find a way to come back in this ball game. I think they're going to make it interesting. Win? I don't know, but I think they're going to make it interesting. All right, guys, so let's see if the Mets can make it happen here. Sorry, game day kind of crapped out on me. I'm working on it. Working on it.
League pitcher Nick Martinez on the pitch for San Diego. You see his 20th appearance on the year. He's had 3 save opportunities that have been successful. It's the last 4 years in Japan for the Nippon Ham Fighters. Patrick Mazeika leads off for the Mets in the home 8th inning. Mets down 4-1. Mazeika takes going in for ball. Jake Cronenworth moves from second base to first base.
All right, there we go. See if Mazeika can get a.
Mazeika's second at bat. He popped up his first time, and there was a very difficult changeup. And it's 1-1. It looks like the Devin Williams hairpin. That is some changeup. Throws another one to Mazeika and bounces off. Mazeika came on, but Nito left the game after suffering a bruised hand. A cross-up, a fastball hit him in the wrist. Max Scherzer. Change-up is what this is against 2-2. No, he throws his change-up more than any other pitch.
Martinez first came up as a starter with Texas in 2014, pitched for the Raiders for 4 years before he went to Japan. Now his first year back in the States. Made 10 starts for the Padres this year, and his 10th relief out. 2-2 down. See if he yanks that down. Colton died in changeups.
Well, they kind of know Mozica likes that dead rep.
Having Demo on deck, and then Starling Marte. Two coming. Right back to the mound. Martinez has it. SNY play ball presented by Toyota is back looking to help local football leagues.
Well, one out.
Play in 2022, providing grants, clinics, and equipment donations. Right now, we're accepting applications. If you know local football league and need apply today at SNY.TV/play ball.
Gary, you're funny. All right, Brandon, come on.
Darvish is at the top of his game. One has struck out 9 of his 7 innings. There's Demo up for the 4th time. Hit the ball hard as last time up, lined out to Grisham in center field. And Grant gets this one there.
And another pop-up.
Grisham has this one lined up. And works it out. Now Olsen to 2-1 across Shohei Ohtani in the bottom of the 7th.
And that's how the Braves live and die on that long ball there.
Braves might have a chance to pick up some ground tonight unless the Mets can figure out a way to rally in their final 4 outs. Starling Marte has half the Mets' hits tonight, a single to left in the 1st, but moved in to right in the 6th. Facing Nick Martinez, the 2-out to nobody on the door on deck. Marte takes a slider for a strike.
Look to us.
The Blue Jays are stuck at 27. They're in the 7th now. 27-4. I think the Red Sox fans are responding to that. And
I cannot wait to look at the box score. See the pitcher's lines. You can actually do it now. We've got computers here. Actually, I forgot. Let me take a look. Oh my gosh. Oh wow, some ugly numbers.
one would suppose.
Can I tell you that the Native of Aldi, 2 2/3, 9 earned runs.
Yeah, but that's 9 out of 27.
A. Davis, 1 1/3, 5 earned runs. K. Ort, 2/3, 8 earned runs.
That would be the one.
D. Hernandez, 1 1/3, 4 earned runs.
Ouch. No position players pitching yet.
Dickman's in now.
It's all right. We still have a game and a half lead if the Braves win the ball game.
Phillies are getting crushed by the Cubs 13-1. Nick Velasquez has 2 home runs tonight for the Cubs. So his arm the other day. That's a big day for the rookie. Throughout the North plate. The last game of that series. 2-2 coming.
Another hard hit ball right at somebody. All right, going to the top of the ninth. Mets did not score. It's 4-1 Padres. My God. This kind of sucks. But that's life in a nutshell in the world of baseball. Getting down to the nitty-gritty here. Got to rally or the Mets are going to lose the ball game. Yeah, it kind of sucks, guys. But I'm hoping the Mets can give us some type of excitement and at least tie the game and see what happens. No, you know what? The Mets never hit Darvish. Like it's been years. The Mets can never hit Darvish ever. So annoying. All right, Ken. Have a good night. But it happens, man. Baseball is a crazy sport. You could be so excited and then so down. But that's why we love baseball as well, right? All right, so top of the ninth. Trevor Williams' first pitch should be one out, and it is.
Next SNY telecast will be Tuesday night when the Mets and Yankees square off for the first time this season. That should be Taijuan Walker on the mound for the Mets. Again, the first of two from Citfield, 6:30 the coverage right here on SNY. So we've got tomorrow on picks, Sunday on ESPN, Tuesday on
Dorban,
ESPN,
let's hope so.
Wednesday on ESPN. Off day Thursday. It's hard to keep track. Off day Thursday. 3 off days this week. I have nothing to do. I'm twiddling my thumbs. You know, I can find you some work. My house, I'll give you a pair of hedge clippers. So, you don't have roses. I know.
Yeah, we need a really good performance. But again, honestly, technically only gave up 2 runs for the starter. We should have scored more runs here, and we didn't. But Batson needs to have a really good performance.
I think that you should just relax. Well, so nice. I'm actually going to go down to Florida. Oh, okay. Before at the head of the team, might as well. The other way, chasing it toward the line is McNeil.
All right, Jeff, nice catch. Well, yeah, Blake Snell hasn't been good, but again, the Mets find a way to always make it interesting against a lefty, though. Roberto, if they don't make any trades, I'd be completely shocked.
And McNeil coming up. Jay Cronenworth is over 3 and a walk tonight. Taylor Rogers, their closer up in the bullpen. Rogers already has 31 saves this year.
Oof. Taylor Rogers, the guy I wanted the Mets to get in the offseason, but the Padres got him. Nice lefty closer.
There were no close games in that series in San Diego.
No, that's one the first one was won, but hammered the next 2.
Yes, they did. So Rogers had no save opportunities.
Cronenworth. Padres, when they win this year and win with their pitching has been outstanding tonight. Darvish was at the top of his game for 7. Martinez worked a 1-2-3-8, and now Bob Melvin ready to go to his closer, Taylor Rogers for 9th. 1-2 coming. Change up long. 2-2. There's the NL West. Padres were tied for first place as recently It's June the 22nd, a month ago today. Lost 10.5 games for the standings in a month because they've scuffled with the Dodgers and Dodgers are a good team. That's it.
Oof, that's a shot. That's at least a double. Could be 3. He's going for 3. And he got there. Triple. 2-out triple for Cronenworth.
Likes the ball middle and wanted it up. And not up enough. And this ball just gets by Pete. So 2-out triple for Cronenworth to bring back the shot.
All right, this is obviously an important out here. Can't make this run score. And he pops it up. Should end the inning. All right, guys. Here we go. Going to the bottom of the ninth. The Mets trail by 3 runs. Taylor Rogers coming in for the Padres to save the game. Let's see if the Mets can make some noise and make this game somewhat interesting. Thank you guys for sticking out through the entire game. This was a rough game to stick around, that's for damn sure. But I always appreciate you guys hanging out. Unfortunately, my camera decided to go haywire on me. But again, live television, so to speak, kind of plays games with you sometimes. But at least I got the audio still going, which is the most important for the most part. So does anybody think the Mets are going to come back and win this ball game or make it interesting at least? Agato, I try. All right, Ella says no. Edgardo says I do. Bernard says no. I said there's about a 50% chance the Mets will tie the game. I don't think they're going to win it, though. All right, guys, bottom of the ninth. Here we go. Rally caps. Rally caps. Rally caps. Gonna be tough. But he has 26 saves and 31 appearances, but he has almost a 4 ERA. So the Mets can't hit lefties, but you never know.
Francisco Lindor, 3 at-bats, 3 strikeouts tonight against Yu Darvish. Lindor on to the McNeil. Facing Taylor Rogers. Brother Tyler is a sidearm right-hander for the Giants. Taylor is the mirror image. Sidearm for that is
All right, we need some Mets magic here. Let's make it happen. Good job by Trevor Williams, keeping it just the 4 runs. See what the Mets can do here. Come on. 3, 4, 5. Ground ball to short. Should be an easy out. And it is 1 out. Not what we wanted.
Hits 11 tomorrow night for passing against Blake Snell in game 2 of this series. That's been helping just 4 hits tonight. Alonso has one of them, a single center back before it. So
Yep, he has been struggling for sure. Alonso has too. We need 2 bloops in the blast.
Slingshot motion. I should say bomb movement. He just kind of slings it up there.
Woo. Nice pitch.
So it's interesting because you see the brother come all the way down to the side. He's got a higher arm angle and throws hard. Is for 6 years in Minnesota, saved 30 games for the Twins a few years ago. Came over in a trade right before the start of the season.
And he hits Alonso. That's 1 base runner. I'll take it.
Alonso is hit for the 10th time this year. The Mets for the 64th time. This is the slider that just he kind of grounded that one. Well, whatever works. Watch the back foot on the rubber. Does it leave the rubber before he throws? Yes, it does. So let's need 1 more base runner to get the tying run to bat. McNeil drew a walk and scored the only run on the 7th.
Come on, Jeff. 1 more base runner.
Leaving that left side of the infield open for McNeil. Shortstop up the middle, no shift, but just playing him like a pull hitter. By the way, that's the 8th batter Taylor Rogers has hit in 38 innings this year. That's a lot. McNeil fights off an inside fastball. He's down the counter with 2. One of us is one on deck. Cannon has a bat chance. Probably back for 1 minute to get us down that far.
Come on, Jeff. Get on.
Alonso first with 1 out, 0-2 to McNeil.
All right, he's staying alive.
Most of these Mets are seeing Taylor Rogers for the first time. Pitch in the series.
Oh, boy. Just need 1 more base runner. Run! Come on! Safe! Yeah! That was a dumb play by the second baseman. Let's go. Here we go. Tying run coming to the plate. Let's go. That was the error that we needed. Come on. All he had to do was throw it to second base. 1 out. Come on. Let's go. There's the two bloops. Come on, Eddie. Ah, right at him. God damn it. Hit it hard, too. Damn it. He was playing the gap, too. That's in the gap if he's playing straight up. All right, here's Marcano. Last out for us. Diaz is warming up in the bullpen, just in case. Mets tie it. He's coming in.
Series in Chicago. They'll be in the lineup tomorrow night against the lefty with Blake Snell going to the Padres. Right now facing the lefty Taylor Rogers with the Mets.
Come on, Mark, let's go.
With their backs against the wall. Alonso at second, McNeil at first. Now with 7 home runs on the season. He's the tying run at bat. He's got to try to get one here. Takes up away ball 1. You know he's not going to help.
Takes a strike. Oh, Mark, let's go. Keep it alive.
2 runs on base. You really don't need anything. It's that runner. It's the batter at the plate. No doubles. Oh, the outfield is playing so deep. 1-1 to Canada.
Ball 2, okay.
2-1. Well, that's a huge call right there. Boy, oh boy. Pitchers have been looking at James Hoy. They haven't moaned, but they're giving him a look. Joey Rodriguez moaned. He had reason to moan. Now 2-1 to Canada. 2 out of 2 on.
Ground ball shit in the shit. Alrighty, guys. So the Mets lose 4-1. Wasn't a very good offensive night for the Mets at all. They could not figure out Yu Darvish. Padres bullpen comes in and does the job. Hosmer's home run is the winning run of the game. The Mets can only score 1 run in the game. But unfortunately, the Mets are probably going to be only a game and a half ahead in first place. Looks like Atlanta's going to beat the Angels. Ohtani was pitching a no-no until the Braves erupted. So looking like we're going to be a game and a half up on the NL East. Well, guys, it wasn't exactly how we put. We were going to have a night coming back off the All-Star break, but unfortunately the Mets lost 4-1. They are now 58-36, 22 games over 500. The Mets got to come out and win the next 2 games and win this series. That's the most important thing now. Thank you guys for tuning in to the Mets versus Padres live stream. I will see you guys next time, probably on Sunday, most likely for the next live stream. Once again, guys, thank you guys for tuning in. Mets lose 4-1. See you next time, guys. Have a good night. As always, Mets fans, let's go Mets. Good night, guys.